take it easy, so come on over. So let me show you why I wanna be a lover. You try to squash it too wide, they come around now. So baby girl, come around now. So take it easy, come on over. Let me show you why I wanna be a lover. You try to squash it too wide, they come around now. So baby girl, come around now. Hey!
KUAMFM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gonna stay. Nah, ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, and I know, 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 no, 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 you don't love me, and I know now, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, 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 you don't love me, yes, I know now. 'Cause if you ask me, baby, I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. From the very first time I rest my eyes on you, my heart says follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line, and the wind is feeling fine, yeah. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. You know I gotta do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know when you're gonna come soon. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love, bitch. 'Cause it's summer is here, that I am still waiting there. Winter is here, and I'm still waiting there. Your love is queen. Crown you in my heart. Your love is queen. You're the ruler of my heart. Your richest ring. Round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. I'm crying out for more. Your love is queen. I'm coming up. I'm coming. You're making me dance inside. It's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door, and I still can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now, for I to knock some more. You see, in this life I know there is lots of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting for my turn. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. It's double time, double time. I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait in vain. Kiss me, love, I don't wanna wait in vain. Kiss me, love, I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. I don't want to wait in vain. I don't wanna wait. I don't want to wait.
The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If you were here, I would tell you how I feel and that I need you, but you are nowhere to be found. You're not up and you're not down. You don't call me anymore, but I'll open up my door to you.
Die sombren zelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes Dio hum niga, Radzaudzen melek és frédzes, durant in todo in memu. A nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zangiman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata caighi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga paraiona parai gloria abiba islas en Paraiona, parai gloria, abiba islas en toru i tempo i paz, paraita, zangin in ilan in a benediction. Contra biligu nafan sofuam Zeus proteis landon. Contra biligu nafan sofuam Zeus proteis landon.
said, now come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on, run, everybody, run. 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 Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lonesome Jimmy sits alone in the moonlight. Saw his woman kiss another man, and he takes the ladder, takes the stars from the sky, put on Sinatra and starts to cry. On and on, I just keep on trying, and he smiles, and she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on. Well, it's my first time and a last time, and it makes me feel so good. And you know it, show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say goodbye. I said, let the teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Well, it's my first time and the last time. Oh, it makes me feel so good. Oh, baby, you know it. Show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say goodbye. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. I've got the sun on my shoulders and my toes in the sand, and my woman left me for another man. Oh, but I don't worry, I just sit and relax, toss up my heart, see where it lands. On and on, I just keep on trying, and it smiles, it feels like crying. On and on,
Morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Oh,
Joe,
long
sir.
one.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful, beautiful morning outside, right?
I mean, I guess you've got that much energy and you've got that much enthusiasm when you're wearing a shirt that matches your mask.
Yeah,
nice
thanks.
job.
Thank you.
That's matchy.
I almost changed before the show because I thought it was too much.
That's very, very fetching. What do you guys think? Nice. Thumbs up.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate your kind words this morning. Hey, good morning to our viewers on KUM TV. Long time. Good morning on you. Welcome to the link. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Jason, good morning. Joe, sir, good morning. Beautiful morning outside. Also to our viewers on Facebook Live, thank you for jumping on the link.
We got two pieces of business to get to before we really start rolling, guys.
Okay.
First, Anita Materni Blas McHale says, guys, meaning all four of us. Can you please do a big shout out to my granddaughter Sharina Manabusan? A happy 12th birthday from Japan, coming from Grandma Nita.
Happy birthday, Nenny.
Happy birthday. Okay.
We also got Chamarita Rages hopping in. Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, sir, from the beautiful village of Barrigada. Kevin Aquino. Morning, KUAM.
Morning, Kevin.
Is whatever. Good morning, Guam. All right.
Okay, so that was business number 1. Business number 2. All right, guys. Hands up. All four of us, Bree.
I'm not doing anything for Tom Brady.
No, I'm saying, okay. Thumbs up or thumbs down on the halftime show? You're neutral. I'm trying to be positive. That was not good. I'm gonna say. I did not like that halftime show. And I like The Weeknd. I like his music, but the whole thing with were those massive head wound bands on the background dancers' faces, or were they jock straps or what?
I think that was from us.
Or was it from us? But I was like, it was weird, and it was.
Yeah, we just don't get it, Jay, because we're old.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's it.
It's like high concept art, right?
It's something that we just don't get. That's like, I don't get it. But The Weeknd, in case you guys missed it, he's a huge freaking artist.
Yeah.
He's huge. He's so big internationally, nationally.
And he's Canadian.
And he's so big that he can do a halftime show and feel like he doesn't have to bring any guest stars on. Like the whole halftime performance, Bree was over here hating. She was like, "Oh, what is this? What is this?" And I was like, "No, wait. He's gonna bring out J-Lo, or he's gonna bring out Rihanna, or just wait. Taylor Swift's gonna come out."
Nope.
But it never happened.
Yeah, and I was like, the boss, Marie was in our group chat just saying, "Man, could they have gotten anybody else from the Florida area to try and localize that? No Miami Sound Machine, no Two Live Crew.
Miami Sound Machine.
I mean, they didn't even the Backstreet Boys.
Dude, that conga, Gloria Stefan. Oh, hell no.
You don't think people would have lost their minds if Gloria came out? I would have.
Yeah, The Weeknd. His name is Abel, by the way.
Yeah.
He's known professionally as The Weeknd. He's a Canadian singer, songwriter, record producer, noted for his versatility in vocal style, music production, and eccentric presentation. He's often cited as an influence to contemporary music as well as by other artists. The cool thing about him is he used to write other people's songs.
No, he's a very, very talented performer.
Yeah.
I cannot disrespect the guy for his art. It's just that performance was, and the whole way it was put together, I just was not into it. Okay, and you were saying that Bree was kind of throwing some shade on The Weeknd yesterday, right? Apparently it runs in the family because her brother Pat from Vegas, good morning, Prim, is saying Weekend, question mark, more like weak, and W-E-A-K, Bree. Yeah, we got a couple thumbs down. Mary Beth Torres from Philly. Hi, Mary Beth. Good morning. Saying worst halftime show ever. Worst ever?
Yeah, I think it's just a generational thing, dude. Because when I was looking at my social media, everybody who's under, 30, they just loved it. They're like, "Oh, best performance ever." And then I saw these other posts where people were like, "You just don't get it about The Weeknd." Because I think he's got really cool songs, and I hear that he's got a lot of influence from different genres, like the 80s that we talked about this yesterday. There's a lot of 80s influence, and his songs are really good, but they just don't have that, and it's so crazy to say because he's so successful, but they don't go over the hump into God, I'm not even holding Taylor Swift up, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, he's not that much of a really, really bad choice of words here, but weird conceptual artist where you're a Lady Gaga or Bjork, where it's way.
But I mean, Lady Gaga can do what she wants because she's Lady Gaga, and I think that for everybody, The Weeknd is kind of on that level where he too can do whatever he wants. But then the other thing for me, it's the cuss words, the cursing words, the words of cursing.
What, they had curse words?
No, the songs, they have a lot of cuss words, so they had to bleep it out or. But nowadays, I mean, you could say wet A-P and it's okay for kids to sing it, so I don't even know. Yeah, but what do you think, though, about the the running through the corridor? I saw a lot of memes. There was one meme where they were like, when you lose your parents in the grocery store.
Yeah, that was...
It was just kind of weird.
Okay,
right?
And so I was... I am a marketing major, right? So I've always really loved the Super Bowl commercials. What do you guys think about the commercials? Outstanding. That
Right
one
on.
with Did you see the one with Edward Scissorhands?
Loved everything. I
That
loved the
was
Super Bowl,
amazing.
especially because it's on CBS.
Yeah.
No complaints. Actually, the halftime show was great. That was cool. It was all right. Well, what about the game, guys?
Game. I mean, it wasn't as boring as. What was the one a couple? See, I can't even. It wasn't as boring as Seahawks and Broncos from a couple years ago, and it definitely wasn't as boring as Patriots and Rams 3 years ago. This one was watchable, but man, I mean, if you were rooting for the Chiefs,
Tom Brady, Tom Brady, come on, Tom Brady.
and it was a trifecta of things that happened, right? It was the greatness of Tom Brady, who just executed the way he always does. It was an unbelievably stifling Buccaneers defense, and then it was the fact that Kansas City just made a lot of uncharacteristically bad penalties. I mean, the refs dinged him for a couple things.
I was just salty the whole game. I hate Tom Brady. I don't have any reason. I just hate the guy. And watching him win, it was just like, oh, God.
Because he's so successful? Or
I don't know. No, it's nothing weird like that. I'm not a fan.
Sin, right? You know that, right?
Huh?
Envy's a sin.
I'm not envious of him. I'm totally fine with my life. Anyway, okay, so I guess we got a Tom Brady lover in here. 6:30, Bree's giving me the eyes, so let's go ahead and get into the show, which is brought to you by Carrier, 647-COOL, IT&E, and Cabo Enterprises. It is the link. They had a big public health oversight hearing last night. A long one. So we'll get Dr. Felix Cabrera in to kind of unpack that and just a bunch of other stuff. And then we're also getting Senators Tony Atta, Frank Blas Jr. They were in asking some questions. We'll get them on to kind of also look at this hearing and some of the revelations, if you want to call them that came out. We'll also have Monica Flores of Ihagan Famalao and Guahan on to talk about a webinar thing they're doing.
Hey, Manieka's coming on. Awesome.
We have Dr. Hoa from the Physicians Advisory Group coming on. Also, I put out the ask for William Kando of GMH to swing by the Zoom room if he could. And then 8:45, we'll get Attorney Tom Fisher, who led Josh Palacios' defense team. As you saw, the verdict came out, was it 2 hours on Friday?
I believe it was less than 2 hours.
Less than
Pretty
2 hours.
quick.
The jury returned a guilty verdict against Josh Palacios. So what's next for Fisher, Palacios? Are they going to appeal? I don't know. We'll talk to him this morning about that. All that's coming up here on The Link at 6:31 now. We'll go ahead and get into the news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half a day, everybody. For several hours, the Department of Public Health appeared before senators, primarily discussing its vaccination plan during an oversight hearing held by the legislature's Committee on Health last night. Questions were raised about the numbers to achieve herd immunity by July 21st and whether Guam could anticipate meeting that goal.
117,825 doses needed to obtain 70% vaccination.
So 117,000, give or take, right? At the current allocation rate, and you said that you wanted to reach this by July. At the current allocation rate that we have, and let's say that you don't get any authorization for additional, or you don't get an additional, how many vaccinations are we talking about that we're going to be able to get?
Sorry, I just need to clarify.
Sure.
Senator Blas, it's actually right now based on, there's a slide Dr. Cabrera provided, because the vaccine is not authorized for anyone less than 16 years of age.
Yes.
We have to go to the lower population. So actually the target, if I remember correctly from Dr. Cabrera's slide, it's approximately 100,000 individuals who are 16 years of age and older to reach that 70% for herd immunity.
Okay,
and
so let's go with that figure. Okay, so 100,000, 70%, 70,000. What is the current allocation based on our current allocation rate? How many vaccines are you going to get by July?
So I can answer this. So just to be, sorry, I know we're throwing out a lot of numbers here, but actually it's 125,000 persons who are 16 years and old. 80% of that is 100,000, just to use a nice round number.
Okay.
So you would have to vaccinate 200,000. But to your ultimate question, Senator Blas, is that we are not going to make it to July with our current allocation. And that, again, was the statement about the federal government being the rate limiting step, not us. And so for us to achieve it, they have to step forward and they have to come up and give it to us. And that's why we're trying to make the strong argument that we're not like these other states where there's vaccines sitting on the shelf and just not getting into arms. We are putting them into arms. So give them to us. And let's have the United States have a big win with the Mariana Islands, and where we're actually going to achieve herd immunity before any other jurisdiction. So we're trying to make that very strong argument. The governor's having the discussion directly with General Perna to request for these allocations. And so that's what we're really hoping. And if anyone and the senators have any other connections in federal government as well to make the same plea for us, that'd be greatly appreciated, because that's the honest truth. And that we, at our current rate, we'll be lucky to if we're not being allocated any more than we currently are, we'll be lucky to reach it by the end of the year.
Okay, so what is that number? That's why I'm asking you. You want to see if you can attain this by July, but if nothing else moved in as far as allocation, how many vaccinations are you expected to receive by July?
Right now, most we got, the senator, was 51,300 for 3 months. What is that about?
17,000.
17,100 average. Yeah, but what we're hearing, Senator Blas, is that they're going to increase production, and so that's what we've been anticipating. And so we're hoping in the coming month or so that we will actually see an increase to Guam's allocation for vaccines. We're working with the idea that if it is 100,000 and through July, how many vaccines? And so there is an ask for Guam. I think it was like 40,000 in our communications or so with regard to doses, so that we could try to achieve the July, completely projected date in July. But I don't know, Vanette, if you have anything tracking on the VTREX system, if there's any indication of what the March allocation is looking like. Do you have anything at this point? Is there any indication?
No, sir, unfortunately not. We have not seen what will be our March allocation.
Yeah.
But we're hoping with the addition of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that will add more doses made available to all the jurisdictions. So, that's something that we can hope for. And again, the request that our director as well as the governor has put out to General Perna for the 40,000 additional per month, that we hope we can get a positive response, sir.
Okay, so let me go back to the part of the first question that I had. Okay, what is that herd immunity number? If you're saying, let's base it again on your 125, I guess you want your herd immunity within that population of 25,000 of those above 16 years of age, right? So what is that herd immunity number?
100,000. 100,000.
So even at 100,000, you want to get herd immunity 100,000. Right now, you're looking at if no further allocations, you're looking at about what, 40,000?
So we're looking at by July, if we're getting the allocation rate we're getting right now, we will get approximately 136,000 vaccines.
Okay.
And then that's only 68,000 persons we could fully vaccinate.
The committee did not delve into specifics regarding a complaint about alleged inappropriate behavior of certain nurses at the government's quarantine facility in Tumon. The Guam National Guard's vaccination clinic, in the meantime, ramps up back up at the OG Calvo Fieldhouse in Mangilao today through Saturday from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Priority is to give those due for their second dose of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. The Pfizer first dose will be limited to 50 per hour for eligible individuals. No first doses of the Moderna vaccine will be administered Residents are advised to schedule an appointment online. Meanwhile, homebound vaccinations continue today through Friday as well. Shots are scheduled to be given this week. Today and Wednesday, Public Health will be in Dededo and Dededo Gura 82. Thursday, they will be giving vaccinations at the Global Dorm and Guma San Jose. And on Friday, vaccination of homebound is scheduled for Jigo. A total of 35,395 people have been vaccinated to date. Of that number, 26,670 received their first dose, while 8,725 people have been fully vaccinated on Guam. A total of 15,905 of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines remain. The Joint Information Center reports that out of 1,022 tests performed Sunday, 15 returned positive for COVID-19. 8 cases were identified through contact tracing. We should note that this breakdown includes the 13 cases previously reported by the JIC since Friday, February 5th. To date, there have been a total of 7,664 officially reported cases of COVID since March 2020, with 130 deaths. 103 cases are active, while there have been 7,431 recoveries. Currently, there are 9 people hospitalized, 3 in ICU, 3 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 0.8. Congressional negotiators begin work today on hammering out the details of what exactly will be in the final version of the American Rescue Plan, President Biden's coronavirus relief package. Deborah Alferon has more details from the White House.
President Biden is calling on Congress to pass his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package as quickly as possible, tweeting, "We don't have a second to waste when it comes to delivering the American people the relief they desperately need."
Hopefully in a 2-week period of time, we'll send something over to the Senate, and this will be done long before the due date of the expiration of so many initiatives.
President Biden told CBS News' Norah O'Donnell that he's going to stand firm on providing stimulus checks to most Americans.
You've said you're not compromising on the $1,400 checks.
No. He did say he was willing to negotiate on who is eligible to receive the checks, as well as holding off on the $15 an hour minimum wage bill. But he is not flexible about the $400 a week unemployment benefits for the next 6 months. The White House says passing the bill will not only provide benefits for the unemployed, but jobs as well.
I would expect that if this package is passed, that we would get back to full employment next year.
President Biden says he still believes he'll win some bipartisan support from congressional Republicans, but they say White House calls for unity are just lip service.
The administration is showing very clearly they don't care if they have to work with us.
The White House does plan to include a proposal first introduced by Utah Senator Mitt Romney last week. The plan would give tax credits of $3,600 for every child under the age of 6. $3,000 for kids 6 to 17. Americans who make more money would receive lower benefits. Deborah Alferon, CBS News, the White House.
In other news, GFD responded to a reported auto pedestrian incident with serious injuries in Jigo. Units were on scene around 5 p.m. yesterday. A male individual was unconscious and unresponsive and transported by medics to GRMC. The auto ped incident occurred again at the entrance of Woostig Road. No other information was provided. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Police report the first fatal auto pedestrian accident of the year, and the Guam Police Department is working to identify the victim.
It's really tragic that, we're reporting our first traffic fatality of the year 2021.
The crash occurred over the weekend on Saturday evening at around 8:45 p.m. KUM was on the scene where the incident was in front of Uncle Cho's store in Manilao. According to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, preliminary reports suggest that a gray Toyota RAV4 was in the inner northbound lane by the entrance to Lexing Barrigada and struck a male pedestrian, age unknown, who was attempting to cross the street on the roadway of Route 10. The victim was transported to Naval Hospital Guam, where he succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased by attending physicians. Sergeant Tapao was unable to provide further details on both the victim and driver, but does share this message to the public regarding this frequent traffic-related crash site.
Route 10, Route 16, and Route 1 by Nigua was pretty much notorious for a lot of our frequency with auto pedestrian crash. And it's really, when we do our analysis, we see that the lack of pedestrian crosswalk is, a major factor. The accessibility to a crosswalk is really, the closest one that you will find is either by Route 10 by Derry Road or the tri-intersection of 10, 16, and 8. So, to have that available within the villages, this has been addressed.
Manilao Mayor Alan Ungacta tells KUAM he was on scene when Highway Patrol Division investigators were activated, and he echoes the concern for roadway safety.
There is a great concern within that area within the past years. The Route 10 area, mainly in that particular from 10 and 15 intersection down towards the Barragata tri-intersection, there have been also deaths just as well as this tragic incident that occurred. And I'd like to just, remind people be vigilant at all times. Between the tri-intersection and Route 10, there are no actual crosswalks. So the crosswalks are on the 10, 15 and the tri-intersection. And some areas, of course, it lacks proper lighting. So that's also a concern.
The case is ongoing as GPD's Highway Patrol Division has yet to determine if speed, alcohol, or drugs were factors associated with the fatality. If you have any information regarding this incident, contact GPD Dispatch at 472-8911.
This wasn't the first time public corruption allegations were made in district court pointing at local law enforcement agencies. As we reported last week during federal drug defendant Mark Mayo's trial, FBI agent Rafael Fernandez's witness testimony resurfaced accusations of the local judiciary, Guam Police Department, and Guam Customs involvement with the island's drug world. Reacting to the allegations, GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao.
We take all these allegations very seriously with the Guam Police Department. Chief Stephen Ignacio has been very transparent with the media and, of course, the community about holding each and every personnel, both sworn and unsworn, accountable for their action. And as we've seen in previous cases involving officers, may have, whether it be an investigation, we've been very transparent, and we've moved forward with understanding the needs of transparency and reaching out to various agencies. And allegations like these are very serious. And, we welcome all, complaints, allegations such as these, if there are merits to it, we'll move forward. We do respect the color of law. Should any individual's rights have been violated, we've had other,
during the testimony, a playback recording from the Fed's interrogation on the defendant detailed information linking the case to former Zonya Mayor Jesse Blas's federal offense. Blas was convicted of extortion for allowing drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for bribes. Mayo allegedly told the FBI that co-defendant Lovelia Mendoza was once in a relationship with Blas, and through this connection, Mayo had 2 warrants vacated. KUAM has reached out to the judiciary, and we have yet to receive a response, and closing statements are set to occur in Mayo's trial this morning. KUAM reached out to Speaker Theresa Lahi, who held an oversight hearing with the judiciary back in 2019 following Blas's arraignment when the allegations were first made. The speaker was unavailable for an interview, but provides this comment. Quote, during the oversight hearing, the execution of the warrants was discussed, and I was concerned with the level of discretion given to marshals regarding the prioritization or selective enforcement of warrants executed. The judiciary assured me that they would examine their procedures. Since the new serious allegations have arisen under the Mayo case, I have reached out to the new Chief Justice to ask for any updates regarding this matter, and I'm waiting for his response. I urge local and federal law enforcement to investigate this matter further based on any new information that may have been discovered. End quote. You can read the Speaker's full statement on KUAM.com. The government believes that Thomas Taitano fully cooperated by providing truthful testimony during murder offender Joshua Palacios' trial. For this reason, Taitano was sentenced pursuant to his plea agreement this afternoon. Taitano pled guilty to 1 count of aggravated assault and 1 count of criminal mischief for his role in the homicide of Keith Castro. Today, he was sentenced to 5 years with all suspended except for 18 months. As stated in court, he's been incarcerated since August 2nd, 2019, the day he turned himself into police, and the 18 months was up on February 2nd, 2021. Taitano was technically released on this case today. However, he remains behind bars because he is on a parole hold. Due to his violations from his 2017 criminal case, his parole was revoked in September 2020 and his discharge date was pushed to March 10, 2022. As we reported last week, a jury found Palacios guilty of the July 2019 deadly shooting of Castro. His sentencing is set to occur at the end of this month. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is expressing support for the renomination of Francis Tydinko Gatewood as the Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court of Guam. In a letter to President Joe Biden, the governor writes that Gatewood has spent nearly 40 years in public service and has served as Chief Prosecutor for the Attorney General's Office, a Justice for the Guam Supreme Court, and the current Chief Judge of the Guam District Court. Gatewood was first appointed to the federal bench by President George W. Bush in 2006. Her 10-year term expired on October 30th, 2016, although she has continued in that capacity since. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero said, quote, "I believe Francis's judicial service has been exemplary enough to receive favorable consideration of reappointment by you for the people of Guam," end quote. We should note that Congressman Michael San Nicolas previously sent a letter to President Joe Biden recommending Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon for the position. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
A Sinai federal magistrate judge will preside over the pretrial proceedings in the abortion lawsuit filed in the Guam District Court. In an order issued last week, Chief Judge Francis Tydinko Gatewood found, quote, that an emergency necessitates the assignment of this case to Magistrate Judge Heather Kennedy. Guam Federal Magistrate Judge Michael Berdalio has recused himself, and the court is unable to find an alternate. Judge Berdalio is the brother of Dr. Annie Berdalio, who is a defendant in the case in her capacity as the medical director of GMH. The ACLU filed a challenge to Guam's abortion law on behalf of two Hawaii-based OBGYNs who say it prohibits them from treating abortion patients via telemedicine. According to the order, Judge Kennedy will preside over the case until the trial commences or a judgment is entered, whichever comes first. And finally, Senator Talina Nelson will be holding an oversight hearing this afternoon with Guam Customs in quarantine. The Democrat senator will be discussing issues of cargo throughput, inspections from FY 2017 to present, staffing patterns for canine handlers, as well as the status of customs fines and penalties, and the manifest for all incoming cargo container ships prior to Guam's point of entry. The virtual oversight hearing is scheduled for 1 p.m. today. That's your news. Stay tuned for more on The Link after the break.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Valentine's Day is coming and love is in the air. On The Link, Sabrina and I playing matchmaker. So get a love connection on The Link. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. And we're going to match you guys up. You're going to go on some free dates for Valentine's Day weekends. Just hop on to KUAM.com, fill out a super easy registration form, and you could be making love on The Link. Hey, all right.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafa Day, my name is Zena Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Hey, good morning. Oh, yes, Jay, good morning.
Sabrina has hit the road, and we wish our colleague, please drive safely.
Drive
Please
safe.
Everybody drive safely.
Yep.
Taking the little one off to school, so she will be back momentarily. Until then, I got a couple shout outs, including a high school classmate of mine who is doing wonderful things for our island, Paula Kineni. Half a day. You guys can check her out on Facebook at Paula Kineni, Guam author. She wrote a wonderful cookbook, which we did a special segment on. And go check out Paula. So she's Paula Kineni, Guam author, on Facebook, and her book is amazing. Seeing everybody jumping right now. Annie Bonds from Killeen, Texas. Half a day, Annie. Hope you guys are doing well. And you know, I did want to add something as a corollary, Chris, to the whole thing about like the weekend. We love the weekend's music. We just thought that the halftime show was not like the best ever. But what's crazy is I realized that between the four of us, in the 2 minutes that it took us to rant on how much we disliked that halftime show,
I didn't say I didn't dislike it.
Okay, but in that time, in that 120 seconds, the weekend actually made all four of our annual salary 4 times.
Times 20 million, yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
So,
yeah.
you know.
No, I mean, I get it. It's like, you know, high pop art. I mean, it's not high art because you're a pop star, so how high art can it be? But it's, you know, they get so much wiggle room to do stuff, and they do it.
When did he cut his hair, too? Because he had that thing going on for a while, right? Right, Joser? He had, like, the weekend, he had, like, a very distinctive hairstyle.
Right. It was like, was it a Kid and Play? Right.
Wait, it was a high top fade? Like a Kid and Play style?
It was, but a little more
Yeah.
free roaming.
And he has dated Selena Gomez, as I understand.
That's right. Before the show, we had a discussion on the weekend's dating life, which Jason seemed to know a lot about.
The Snapchat had a wonderful story about like the 5. So I mean, okay, there's the Weeknd and there's John Mayer, and there's Taylor Swift. Like they have.
Those are the 7 degrees of separation for Hollywood dating.
Yeah, they've become very chummy.
Yeah, good morning, 7 o'clock. We're KUAM FM. I got any Guam to our viewers in KUAM TV land. Good morning. And thank you guys for joining us.
It is a nice morning outside. Look
It's
at
a
it.
beautiful day.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful morning. Right on. It's Tuesday. It's still
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I have one question,
What's
sir.
up, Jen?
Okay. I believe this was DJ.
Let me just tell you guys, if you guys listen to the link, watch the link, anytime Jason says, "Excuse me, I have one question," then you know we're about to go off the track.
Okay, and I want to emphasize the part DJ Joser. Wasn't it Joe, your side project? We were supposed to do some sort of karaoke thing yesterday. Yeah. What happened to that?
We still have the technology. Bree was trying to figure it out.
I mean, we can pull it off. We can do it today if we wanted to. I mean, you know, we just got to find a version of a song that isn't, you know, copyrighted, so Facebook freaks out and nukes our live stream. But yeah, I know. Well, of course, you know, we have Valentine's Day coming up. So what better way to celebrate someone you love than by trying to sing? Serenade. There you go.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like karaoke. I want a karaoke. We could do like a whole 2 hours of karaoke, bro.
Well, Friday. We can do that Friday maybe.
Or we could do it anytime.
There
So
you
we
go.
have the technology. We're able to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is this man's calling card for the last 22 years. So.
That's right. You know what, guys, I thought was pretty interesting was I had a request from someone asked me, and I didn't ask you because I know you're working. Someone asked me, do I know a DJ they could hire for a school event? Which was to me like, holy moly, wow, it's been a while since anybody asked me if I know a DJ, because there hasn't been no events or gathering or anything.
And you're like, do I?
No, I'm an MC, not a DJ.
Yeah.
So I did refer him. But then I was like, hey, but do you need an MC? MC DJ kind of goes together.
So you're trying to set up a package deal with you and Joser and
Right? So
explain for the people what a joy that is for you, and like, you know, because for people that may never do that kind of thing, what it means to actually go out and to MC, whether it's a school fundraiser like you do every year with like Inarahan Elementary, or because you do like, what is it, Chiefs
Day, yeah.
Chiefs Day, or to do something like, you know,
a car giveaway at the mall. That's always fun. It's fun, dude. I got the perfect job. I have the best job in the world. I'm doing exactly what I always wanted to do since I was a young boy.
And there's hardly any script. They may have like a little bit of agenda, but they just give you total creative freedom, right?
I've been doing it so long.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what I wanted to do. when I was a young boy, I wanted to be a DJ on the radio. So, hey, I'm so happy to be here, guys. Hey, all right. Right on. Follow your dreams, kids. Don't ever give up. Serious. I'm serious. I have a GED. When I first did my first interview to go on the radio, the guy who interviewed me told me I would never work in radio. Those were his words, literally. He's like, you will never work in radio. Your tongue is lazy. So I showed him. Anyway.
Boom.
Yeah. But,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, don't stop following your dreams, guys. It's hard. You're going to stumble. You're going to fall. You're going to fail. But just pick yourself up. Keep on going. And know when to switch lanes. Because sometimes you're following your dream, but maybe God doesn't want you to have it then. So you got to know when to kind of regroup, to pack up, to double down, or to move on. Okay? So
And you and I did a podcast about, 2.5 years ago now, where I was basically saying, it seemed like at that point in your career, you were retiring, at least in part, the whole malfunction side to your personality, and you were becoming more newsy, more topical stuff. So.
That was fun.
Okay, so can I ask you, you've been doing radio so long, do you remember the first song you ever played, the first interview you ever did, and because you were a comedy guy, the first bit you ever did?
I don't know. It was here over at Isla. It was Isla 610 at the time. I think the first song I played was probably like Guam, USA is where I come from.
All right.
I don't know. First skit was something with Joanna with the beautiful bitches, something like that. Anyway, I'm tired of talking about myself. It's 7:05. Hope you guys like the Super Bowl. I hated it absolutely all the way. I got some friends who were betting on the Kansas City Chiefs.
How much of it did you watch?
I watched it was on in the office.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
It was just like, for me, it was just one long go. Oh, God. For real. I don't know. I can't explain why I just don't like Tom Brady, but I know I just don't like him. So the whole, and even Bree was like, oh, God. I mean, the first half of the game was like, oh, God, Tom Brady.
Hey, but you know what?
Second half of the game was like, oh, God, these Chiefs. Like, what the hell?
But you know what? He had no reservation in saying that he wanted to truly become not just the greatest of all time in football, but in professional sports. And he now has more world championships than Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, anybody in professional football.
Yeah.
He's got almost double the number that Joe Montana does. He has got, I believe, as many championships.
What is it, 7?
Yeah, he's got 7, and he's got as many.
That's all right. Whatever.
Okay, I have another observation. We got a few minutes before our first guest comes in.
Right, yeah. Well, actually, Dr. Cabrera just pushed back to 8:30.
Oh, okay, there we go. So perfect that I have this. Okay, and I would chat room, I would love your input on this, Link fam, right? Manila Mayor Alan Ngakta, very wisely, he called his, on this very show, he said Manila is the education capital of Guam because we got all the schools, right? There's more schools in Manila than any other village.
Per
right?
capita.
And I thought that was awesome, right? I was driving around this past weekend and I noticed something. Is Upper Tumon, Chris, the paint capital of Guam?
Why is that?
Because we've got like 3 painting companies all within walking distance of each other. Yeah, you guys ever notice that? You've got like over right there in Upper Tumon, right next to Picas, you've got Sherwin-Williams.
Yeah.
And then I think 70 feet away, you've got Dunning-Burr. Is that the? There's another paint company right over there, and then maybe when you get past right across the street.
This is a perfect example of a Jason Solis tangent.
And then right across the street from GTA, there used to be that Frazee paints.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and funny thing, you know where the name Frazee comes from? That paint company. He was the owner of the Boston Red Sox, who famously traded away Babe Ruth.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but no, I just noticed that. I was like, is Upper Tumon the paint capital of Guam? Because you've got 3 really good paint companies if you ever need paint. And they're like all walking distance of each other.
Right on. So there you go. Maybe you could do a walking tour of the paint capital of Guam.
Yeah. Wouldn't have to go that far, and that's awesome.
7:09. Wanted to kind of talk a little bit about this Mark Mayo drug trial. And some of the revelations that came out of it. Again, Mr. Mayo, who's on trial for trying to bring in large quantities of meth to our island to poison our people, had said that he was aware of warrants getting wiped at the court. And I know that Senator Pito Terlahi's son, Joey Terlahi was mentioned again. The feds, they love to name drop Joey Terlahi in the federal court. And so this isn't even the first time. I remember during the former mayor of Jordan, Jesse Blas's trial, they also talked about a revolving door in our local court, where if you know somebody and you pay a certain amount of money, you could allegedly have your warrant wiped. The marshals will stop looking for you. And this is all like drug-related stuff, you know what I mean? It wasn't like there was some guy who was framed, he's totally innocent. They're like, yeah, we're not going to bother you. These are like drug-dealing scumbags. Drug-dealing scumbags who have power over our local court system. Why isn't anybody freaking out about this? I just don't get it. I really don't get it. How many more times is the federal court going to air out these allegations of corruption in our local court system? Delania, we can't even trust our court system? And what makes it really bad is we're talking about these high-level drug dealers being able to walk into our courthouse, get stuff erased, and walk around here and gallivant and deal drugs and get a green light to just do whatever. I really don't understand why our local government isn't doing anything about this. I know Judiciary Oversight Senator, now Speaker Therese Terlahi had an oversight hearing in 2019. I believe it was late 2019, to air out some of these revelations. Thank you. Some of these revelations that came out in the former mayor Jesse Blas trial. I'll go ahead and read this. This is a great piece of reporting from Adriana Cotero, which is, you know, the federal court, because you can't film it. You can't even record it, obviously. Everybody knows that. You can't record the audio proceedings. So if you're going to go cover these, you got to sit in, you got to take notes, you got to, anyway. So yeah, you can't be there. So good job, Adriana. Police comment on allegations of involvement in drug trade by Adriana Cotero. This wasn't the first time public corruption allegations were made in district court, pointing at local law enforcement agencies. As we reported last week, during federal drug defendant Mark Mayo's trial, FBI agent Rafael Fernandez witness testimony resurfaced accusations of the local judiciary, Guam Police Department, and Guam Customs involvement with the island's drug world. These are facts. Reacting to the allegations, GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao said, "We take these allegations very seriously. Chief Ignacio has been very transparent with the media and, of course, the community, with holding each and every personnel, both sworn and unsworn, accountable for their action. And as we've seen in previous cases involving officers, we have, whether it be an investigation, we have been very transparent, and we move forward with understanding the needs of transparency and reaching out to various agencies. And allegations like these are very serious, and we welcome all complaints. Allegations such as these, if there are merits to it, we will move forward. We do respect the color of law should any individual's rights have been violated." There was even something that came out in the former Mayor Blas's trial about an officer that had went to allegedly threaten one of the, the informant in the case. And I just don't feel like our local government did enough. Like, yeah, we had an oversight hearing, and the judiciary was basically like, oh, yeah, the feds they admitted that they were being investigated and they were cooperating with the federal authorities. We just know because we looked up that story yesterday. And I was like, wow, that was in 2019. Whatever happened? That's the thing. Whenever there's like these allegations of corruption in our local government, we shouldn't be sitting here a year later going, oh, wonder what happened. And we're the media. We're the media. We're supposed to know what happened. But guess what? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. So I just don't get it. I feel like if this was the movies, the Attorney General would be having a press conference on the steps of the courthouse. The court would be coming out with a big saying, we're going to look into this stuff. We can't know. But instead, you can't even get a freaking comment out of the court. And once again, it just goes to show, I'm just going to say it, the crystal methamphetamine epidemic on our island could not have reached the levels it is at without the involvement of our government. It is what it is. It is what it is. But these dealers could not be bringing in all this meth. There's so much meth on Guam that the price of it is at an all-time low. There's so much meth on Guam when you read about these busts, these like so-called low-level street drug users who they're pulling over with a defective taillight or whatever. They're not just getting busted with the ice pipe with the, frosty residue. They're getting busted with the ice pipe, and then they have baggies of ice because it seems like everybody is an ice dealer now. They are thriving under this administration in this environment. I don't care, Republican, Democrat, governor. I don't give a damn. All I know is the meth dealers are partying. They're partying. And when you try and take a hard stance against meth, you get bulldozered. Look at that. We tried to raise up all these issues at the port, and we're getting bulldozered. And all we're saying is, damn, drug test the employees. Take a hard line against meth. Is that so wrong? I don't think so. I think somebody has to. Somebody has to stand up and say enough is enough. Because our elected leaders simply are not doing it, and I don't know if it's because they're complicit in it or because they're too busy fighting with each other. I don't know, but I see it, guys, and I'm not an idiot, and you guys aren't idiots too. I'm not a whacked out conspiracy theory person. I'm not at all. I'm just saying we just had these allegations come through in the former Mayor Jesse Blas trial, and now they're coming out again. And we haven't seen any action, like I said, in a movie. And I really hate to say in a movie. But in a movie, they would come out and, I mean, even if you're not going to investigate it, at least come out and say something about it. But it is like crazy. Why is talking about the crystal meth epidemic on our island something people get attacked for? I just don't get it. I don't get it. And we need to see more action from our local government on these allegations. They can't just sit by and be like, oh, no, the feds brought it up. They deal with it. And so I want to know what's going to happen. We just had this story here. Speaker Therese Terlahi has requested a follow-up from the judiciary. Because, like I said, she had an oversight hearing in the end of 2019. Guess what? The whole pandemic went by. And who knows what's happening. But clearly, we need to do more than have an oversight hearing. Right? I mean, we put in the request for comment from the court. They haven't responded. But clearly, the senators can't do it by themselves. And again, it's just mind-boggling for me why we don't see any action out of our local government when we get the federal authorities testifying in trial. I mean, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us. I mean, I don't care. That's not a motivation for me. Oh, the feds are laughing at us, I'm sure. Great. But they are. I mean, these federal agents are like, dude, you guys' court is corrupt. Corrupt. It is what it is. I just don't get why the AG, the chief of police, why do we sit back and wait for these complaints? Why don't we get out ahead of it? Why don't we be proactive? I mean, I just feel like at this point, the Attorney General needs to have some kind of like independent prosecutor investigate this stuff. But it's never going to happen. Okay, we'll take a break now, guys. I just wanted to talk about that because I don't know if anyone else is talking about it. And I feel like we need to keep it visible. Because, you know, our people, 3 months from now, we're going to be like, oh, whatever happened to that thing right there? So I want to keep the heat on our leaders, not just our elected leaders, but our leaders in the administration. I mean, if I was the governor, and I'm not, if I was the lieutenant governor who used to be the administrator of these very courts that people are saying are corrupt, I would come out with some kind of statement, at least, Messiah, this is very alarming. We need to get to the bottom of this. Instead, it's crickets. Crickets. And geckos. That's all you hear. I'll take a break, and we're coming back with more of the link. We got a couple senators coming on here to share in these festivities this morning. We'll get Senator Frank Blas, Senator Tony Ada, to come on and talk about this public health oversight hearing. We're getting Dr. Hoa from the PAG. There's an issue that was brought up last night with the vaccines. And so we'll talk about that. And we'll get Dr. Felix Cabrera, who's the Chief Medical Officer of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. All of that is coming up here on The Link. Good morning.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fights against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Where Chicken Fries Friday is back. I love BK Chicken Fries. 722 Candyman Tamman with this morning's episode of Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King.
Okay.
Dude, yeah, bro. One of my favorite.
I didn't know that Candy played bass.
Yeah. Well, once you play guitar, they say, oh, you can play bass.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you
I don't think so, though.
Well, a lot of people say, I mean, it's very unfair, but a lot of people say people who become bassists are guys who try to play lead, but like they just
fail.
couldn't hack it. I mean,
Right.
that's so unfair because bass is completely its own.
He's a
its
good
own
bass player.
philosophy.
But I just want to give him props, man. Anytime we need performances or anything, I'm always like, Candy's like, it's done. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And he's just a smooth singer. I love his voice. I like the songs he picks. They're good. The ones he wants to cover. It's
And
good
he
stuff.
also honors his grandpa, who is a Chamorro music legend.
Yeah,
Look
Candy
up in the
Tamman.
cinema, yeah, and named after his grandfather too.
Right. We're about to go in with a couple senators, but I just want to kind of wrap on this judiciary, the corrupt courts of Guam here. And we're talking about the Mark Mayo trial. And a story on KUAM News, Adriana Katera police comment on allegations of involvement in drug trade. During the testimony in the Mayo trial, the playback recording from the Fed's interrogation on the defendant detailed information linking the case to former Jotnia Mayor Jesse Blas's federal offense. Blas was convicted of extortion for allowing drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for bribes. Mayo, allegedly told the FBI that co-defendant Lovelia Mendoza was once in a relationship with Blas, and through this connection, Mayo had 2 warrants vacated. The KUAM has reached out to the judiciary for a comment. As of news time, we didn't get one, and closing statements are set to occur this morning. We also reached out to Speaker Therese Terlahi, who held an oversight hearing with the judiciary, like I said earlier, back in 2019, following Blas's arraignment when the allegations were first made. The Speaker in a statement said, we held an oversight with the judiciary regarding similar matters brought to our attention in 2019. The Chief Justice at the time assured us that they conducted their own internal investigation and that the FBI was not investigating the marshals at the judiciary. During the oversight hearing, the execution of the warrants was discussed, and I was concerned with the level of discretion given to marshals regarding the prioritization or selective enforcement of warrants executed. Oh, Bree, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so we're just talking about that because remember we were talking about it yesterday. There was an oversight hearing, obviously, like I just said.
Yep.
But we didn't really see any resolution.
No.
And so I don't know if it's one of those things where, I mean, it gets mentioned in a federal trial and then it's like, oh, wait, that's what we were supposed to follow up on. But obviously, there needs to be some following up on, as the Speaker's statement further reads, the judiciary assured me that they would examine their procedures.
Is that a new statement?
Yeah. Since the new serious allegations have arisen under the Mayo case, I have reached out to the new Chief Justice to ask for any updates regarding this matter, and I'm awaiting his response. I urge local and federal law enforcement to investigate this matter further based on any new information that may have been discovered. Okay. Hi, Bree.
Hi. Yeah, I heard your
I'm just saying, I mean, it's the court system. I mean, of all the branches of government in the government of Guam, you want the people to believe that the court system is above and beyond any corruption. But it's not. Instead, every freaking federal trial that comes out, they're like, oh, the court's corrupt. Oh, the marshals wipe the warrants. Oh, yeah, the drug dealers control the court.
I mean, it's clear that they know something.
Yeah.
I mean, they played back audio recordings of the FBI interviewing these drug defendants.
Right.
And it's clear they're going after the big dogs. And that is what he said in court.
Yeah.
We want the big dogs.
And they mentioned...
Do you know any dirty cops?
Ooh.
Do you know any dirty customs officers? Do you know about drugs coming into the port?
Yeah, that was what that right there freaked me out.
Those are the words of an audio recording of the FBI interviewing a drug defendant.
Right. And so
and
when...
the names that were brought up in a previous drug trial.
What were some of the names, Bree?
Do you know the former Jotnia Mayor, Jesse Blas?
Right.
Do you know Joey Terlahi?
The former deputy
I
chief
don't need this. I
marshal?
helped write the story.
Yeah. He's got it, okay. Yeah. And I also think it's very interesting to me that Joey Terlahi's name keeps getting dropped by the federal authorities, and his father has oversight of the Guam Police Department.
Joey Terlahi quit the Department of Corrections the day after.
Blas's arraignment.
Right.
Right.
And his name was brought up during that arraignment hearing.
Yeah. And so I just.
But he's never been charged.
He has never
So-
been charged. Yeah. But clearly the feds. I mean.
Something's going on.
Something's
Something
going
has
on
to
because
be
they keep
going on.
mentioning the guy, and I just don't know why no one else is talking about that kind of closeness here, where you have a senator's son being mentioned repeatedly for his involvement in corruption, drug-related corruption, allegedly. And none of these senators want to stand up and say, hey, that's kind of like interesting that your name's all in the news for drug corruption and your daddy has oversight of the cops and the mayors. It's like, what are our senators thinking with some of these assignments?
Wasn't it where there was an oversight hearing that was held by the Department of Corrections, but it wasn't from the oversight chair. It was from the vice chair.
Right. And
it was
so
Tolino.
that was
Senator-
last term,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me that this obviously presented itself as a problem in the last term, and it was so much of a conflict that Senator Pito handed over the reins of that committee to former Vice Speaker Talina Nelson. Even Senator Pito was like, whoa, this looks bad. But lo and behold, in the new term, these senators of yours went and do the same thing over again. That just doesn't make any sense to me. If it was a conflict and an issue in the last term, what makes you think it's not going to be a conflict and an issue in this term? I just don't get it. And I don't know why we're the only ones who are standing up saying, look at all this drug-related corruption. Who's going to do something about it? I mean, there you have a federal agent questioning people about drugs coming into the port. And you have the general manager of the port saying, there's no evidence drugs are coming in here. So let's get to work. Come on, senators. Come on, GPD. Let's investigate some stuff on our own, okay? Because clearly people are scared to talk about this. Well, most people are scared to talk about it. Most people. So something, I mean, it's just definitely got to be done. Let's go to the Zoom room. And before we get into the oversight hearing, I want to bring Republican Senators Tony Atta and Frank Blas Jr. on. I know you guys followed the media, the reporting on some of these allegations that come out of the federal court. But why is it you think we haven't seen, as heavy as these allegations are, why haven't we seen a heavy reaction to them? From, I mean, other than Speaker Terlahi's oversight hearing, why isn't the court coming out and talking about this? Why isn't the governor, the lieutenant governor? Why do we not hear more about this corruption that's revealed by the feds in the federal court? Good morning, senators.
Good morning, Chris.
They're like, wait, what?
I thought we were going to talk about
What we walk into here?
Yeah, it's like, okay.
I mean, but it is kind of a thing.
Former police officer.
Right, yeah.
Well, and let me take it from that standpoint.
Right on.
Obviously, this is an investigation that continues to happen. It's ongoing. And as being case agent for a number of different investigations, similarly, there's still a lot of work. I'm sure there's still a lot of work to be done. And, you really don't have an obligation to be able to inform, in some cases, several individuals, other individuals who have no part in it, and we see that there is no danger, immediate danger to them. I'm broadly generalizing this. That said, is while there are many allegations and implications, and for some people it seems okay, it's pretty obvious. It's not that obvious when you're talking about a court of law. There are standards, and there are things that have to be met. That until you get to that point, it's just an allegation. It's just something that one person said to another. And I can feel for for the law enforcement officers, as well as I can feel for sometimes individuals who are, as a result of relationships and other consequences, and other things that happen, get mired by information like this. Is it true or not? We don't know at this time. And then what are we going to work? We want to be able to work on the facts, and let that happen. At the pace that they're going. And if the information does come out this way, then after the criminal investigation is done and in some cases adjudicated, then we can move forward on the other things. We live in a nation, we live in a country where the rule of law is you're innocent until proven guilty. And sometimes it's very difficult to be able to grasp and to understand and to even accept. But in law enforcement, you can have 99 pieces of evidence, but that one thing, that one piece of evidence, or that one conversation, or that one part of the investigation that you failed to do, can throw everything out, and that's what they risk. So I understand that.
Right, but I mean, we're talking about recordings of the FBI asking drug defendants questions about dirty cops, drugs coming into the port. It isn't like just somebody off the street like, hey, Par, you heard about this?
Sure.
This is like a recording of the FBI interviewing people.
No. Bree.
Isn't that concerning enough or alarming to you?
It is. Well, it is concerning enough and alarming, but then, at what point do we say, okay, guys, thank you for the information, we'll take over from here? That's not the case here. You're talking about, you're talking about an investigation that I'm sure for them have taken years, and as the years go by, I'll tell you, a little story. There's one time that we had a task force agent that just came into the task force, and I had asked him to basically categorize all the information, all the names that were on his report. It took him over 2 months to be able to go through the entire report and look and go through all the names. And if we were to come out, if we came out at that point in time, and investigated or basically went after all of these people, we would have been running into a lot of dead ends. I hate to say it, people will say things just to get out of trouble, and sometimes people will say things and it may be true, but there's no way to be able to corroborate it in a court of law. It's not, it's not out in the community. It's in a court of law that it has to be determined whether or not there's guilt or innocence.
Right.
And while they work on that, sometimes patience is a virtue, and we just got to trust that in this system, while if it's being said that it's being worked on, and that there's, at the end of the day, that we clear this. We either exonerate the individual or we prosecute the individual. But that hasn't taken place yet. Let them do that. I trust them to be able to do that.
I think also what we're saying is that, this is since, when was the former mayor indicted? September, November 2019, right? Yeah. And
I used to arrest people in a drug case. Statutes can go up as far as 7 years. I can, I can have an informant or through undercover do a controlled purchase from you, and not even go after you until about 7 years later, and say, back on February 9th of 2021, and granted that today is, March 8th of 2026, I got you.
No, what we're saying, what we're bringing up is we clearly know that the feds are looking into drugs in the local
court,
right? Local court, local law enforcement, what have you. But what about our local law enforcement or local leaders looking into drugs? And where it's coming from, who's bringing it in?
I mean, it's just hard to have faith
in the. Wondering, is there any sort of priority
in the court of law
when these allegations are coming forward?
I'm sure there is priority, and Bree, and this is what we have to. There's a separation of powers. My partner Tony Ada and I, We come from the branch that basically sets the policy, manages the purse strings. We're not the executive branch that does the enforcement. Okay, so we've got to be able to separate those powers, and let that branch of government that's responsible for this be able to do this, providing them the resources to be able to do this. That's our job.
I mean, you guys have oversight too.
Whether or not you're doing, and inquiring as to whether or not it's being done. Yes, that's our job, and it is being done. And it is being done. I will tell you that right now. Obviously, I've got a keen interest in this. Okay, I've spent many years and many sleepless nights, patrolling and investigating drugs, not just on Guam but throughout the region. And so I have a keen interest in these things. Okay, I have to recognize what my role is as a legislator, recognize what the responsibilities are as the executive branch, but also based on my experience and what I had to do before. There are times that I really, as a law enforcement officer, I hated it when I was trying to do my job, and in the midst of it, somebody calls and says, "Hey, it doesn't look like you're doing your job." Well, if you were with me at 11:30 last night while you were asleep and I was surveilling, then maybe you would have seen I do this. It takes time. It takes time.
And Chris and Bree, we also on our side, we continue to have these oversight hearings. I mean, we got one this afternoon on customs and quarantine, and that's all we can do is hold these the leaders of these departments and agencies to the fire, right? Hold their feet to the fire and come out with these questions and get answers to it. I mean, we did one for Port Authority. We're doing one for customs and quarantine. And look at the issue that just came up with public health, and we got one that's coming up with Guam Airport Authority. I mean, everything from the police officers up at the Airport Authority allegedly gambling to what's going on with the construction up at the airport, with the expanded corridors. So everything that we can do within our power, we are working on currently, and we will continue to hold these leaders' feet to the fire. I just hope that more of our colleagues call oversight hearings on the different departments and agencies. I mean, they haven't been in session or public hearings or oversights for the past year. And there's a lot of catching up to do, and that we need to do this. And we need to get to the bottom of what's going on in every department and agency.
I know, Chris, you're frustrated. I know, Bree, you're frustrated too. But,
because we all see how drugs rips apart families.
Yeah, and you don't hear anything from the administration. You just don't. It's crickets. I mean, other than Mandania sucks. You don't hear anything. It's just crazy.
Well, they've been quiet. They've been quiet lately. So hopefully that we can have a working, some type of collaboration with the administration. Coming to the legislature and. Let's work together in solving these issues, because there are a lot of, we got a lot of roadblocks ahead of us and we just don't see it yet. And I'm sure that once they start popping up one by one, the administration is going to start coming to the legislature. But let's be proactive at this. Let's start working together now and not wait until that time comes.
Roadblocks, more like mountains.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, Dave. So let's jump into some of these oversights. There was first there was a public hearing on the ability. There was a bill.
The Emergency Powers changes the Emergency Powers Act.
That's Senator Duenas. And then there was more importantly, what we actually brought you guys on to talk about was the public health oversight hearing last night.
There was a lot of information from that oversight hearing with public health and the whole vaccination procedures and the plan. And I thought one of the interesting things, Senator Blas, you brought up was the numbers for herd immunity and whether or not the current allocation we're receiving is actually going to hit that goal that everyone's talking about. July 21st, we're going to hit herd immunity.
Liberate Guam.
But
right, and
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying thanks. Yeah, it was very concerning. I was sitting there and, I was doing my DI math, That's an old thing that we haven't heard in a long time. But I was doing the math, you know, on you know what they were presenting, and then there were a number of terms that were being thrown out as well. And I was trying to, you know, match A with B and 1 with 3. And so when it wasn't matching, you know, when 1 was looking like 1 was dependent on C, but C, you know, was relying on A, but A1 can't get there until we get to 7. I was like, okay, okay, you know, we talk a lot about wanting to get to this point at this time, you know, but you know, what will those mountainous roadblocks be? What are those things that we have to anticipate, or based on what we've got today, the possibility, the probability of getting to that place, you know, barring any further assistance? And so what I was getting at, and I apologize, and I wanted to be, and I'm going to get that through, you know, through an inquiry sent through the Speaker's office, is okay, what's the plan B? Because with the other concerning thing that I had last night was the discussion about, you know, in order to before we get to the herd community, then we're possibly going to stay in this emergency declaration state. You know, first off, I'm confused there. What's the difference now between PCOR 1 and PCOR 3? You know, we say we're a PCOR 2, but not what's going on in as far as the activity out there, you know, out in the streets. So, you know, and then, you know, are there going to be any new restrictions that are going to be placed upon us? There was a mention about, okay, you know, we're closely monitoring now the new variants, you know, that exist in this COVID. I think another question to be asked is basically, with all certainty, is what we're immunizing our people now, or vaccinating our people now with, sufficient enough to be able to combat, you know, the new variants. You know, while they say, well, we believe so, I would like to hear more. Yeah, we are definitely sure. So, and then another question that I asked them last time. I said, okay, like other flu shots that are taken seasonally and annually, is this the kind of vaccination that is going to need a booster, if you will, or a follow-up, or another vaccination down the road? And there's still some uncertainty on this thing. So it looks like there's still a long road ahead, but you know, at the same time, the long road ahead right now, the next turn in the road is for them, they say July. Okay, so you know, what are we doing now, or what is the plan B if we get to July and we're supposed to go left and we have to go right?
Yeah.
Okay? And I think that needs to be that needs to be worked on now. Let's not work on it, you know, the day before, and then get surprised in the morning to find out, okay, we've got guess what? Now we're under a whole new executive order again, which delves right back into the, you know, the Chris that Tony, Chris, and Chris Duenas and Jim, you know, Moylan introduced. These are the kind, like Senator Tony Ann had said earlier. You know, there wasn't these type of conversations last year, in the last term. There has to be. You know, unfortunately, you know, Senator Tony and I were still in the minority. So the best thing we can do is you know, urge our colleagues, those that are in these positions of authority, of power, of oversight, you know, to say, hey, can you open up so that we can see what they're doing, so that we can get out of this mess that we're in?
Yeah,
and it's a constant daily conversation.
There was something.
And I appreciate.
There was something that was mentioned that there's and I think it was you, Senator Ada, that Guam received I don't even know the exact figure, millions of dollars. Yeah. Was it $11 million for this vaccination plan?
Yeah. So the CDC, the HS Health and Human Services had released, I believe it was funding for expanded testing, vaccination, and distribution, and that was about 9.6 million to get that into play and start, you know, rolling out programs, and then an additional funding for testing, you know, vaccinations itself. I'm sorry, another 1.5 million for vaccinations. So with this additional $11 million, to public health's credit, they did say that they're onboarding new clinics and physicians to administer the vaccination. So, they're getting more clinics and doctors out there to help with this vaccination program. Hopefully that, they'll reach their targeted date of July 21st. They did say that they're working on, homebound vaccinations, those that, can't go out. They're doing targeting vaccinations. And, my daughter is a volunteer at one of the clinics, and she's been out every weekend assisting with the vaccinations, right? So, they're doing their due diligence and what they can to ensure that they reach that targeted date. Hopefully now with the onboarding of new clinics and physicians that, we will get there. We have to stay optimistic, but we also have to be very, how do you say it? Cognizant of what's going on and how we're getting there. We want to make sure that, like they said, if you're given the first dose, we want to make sure that there's enough dosage for you to receive the second, and not just everyone gets the first dose and then we're twiddling our fingers and there's nothing for the second.
But on that note, Senator, what we have seen is when they rolled out the vaccination effort, they were like, oh, you got to get it within, 21 days?
21 and 28. Pfizer is 21.
Right.
And,
but now they're
Moderna is
saying,
28.
now Dr. Cabrera said you could get it at 42 days.
42?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that came out in the hearing.
That was a little bit concerning,
Yeah.
I mean, what is it, right? We need to let our people know so that, if they pass a day or two, they're not scared that they have to redo the first vaccination over again.
Right, yeah.
Versus being able to avail for the second. So, the clarity needs to be made on those issues, and, not come out with say you need to be back on the 21st or the 28th day.
Mm-hmm. Just to go back on finances and funding, there was something that Dr. Cabrera mentioned regarding 100% FEMA reimbursement, and it would be retroactive back to January 2020. Did I hear that correctly? And
you did hear that correctly, and it perked my ears at the same time. Okay, again, going back to the background that I had, I was a Homeland Security Advisor and a FEMA coordinator, and so I'm hoping that this is a reference to the action, the decision made by I don't know whether it's President Bush or President Biden, in saying that that we are now in a national emergency, or in this case, Guam. I know Guam has a declared federal emergency as part of that process, and that all actions and all measures taken from back to this date can happen. That could happen, provided that it is very specific, in the language of the declaration. And that said, that draws to a series of questions that I want to be able to have, hopefully in another oversight down the road. Is okay, now that that these things are 100%. Are going to be 100% federally funded or basically reimbursed. What actions have you been taking to make sure you capture all of that information, so that when it does come time to turn in these reports, these receipts, that it's there. The reason why I'm concerning is if you can go back to the administration, they're the ones that put out in an executive order when the CARES Act money started to come out. Was released. They were the ones that said they will put out a monthly report on the actions, on the expenditure of these things.
Are they doing that?
Chris and Reed, and if you can recall, the May report and the September report look just the same. Now, one of two things is either you're just sending me, a report just to appease me, or from May to September there was no activity. Okay, and so I'm hoping that that's not what's happening. That's what's going to happen here. Now, I do understand and I do know that there is still a recovery office that still stood up within the Office of Homeland Security here on Guam, and that there are people that are working other disasters that still have open books, Typhoon Dauphin, Typhoon Mangkhut, and those things, now have they also made a transition and started to stand up a COVID-19 recovery and response team to be able to capture all the information that's necessary. Because if we wait until everything is done and we go back and says, okay, now let's go back and get all the paperwork and the receipts and the information from January, it's not going to happen. Okay, it's not going to happen. And so that's concerning as well. So yeah, you're right. I mean, when he said, okay, now that we're at war, normally you had 50-50 or 75-25 or 90-10. But then when you say 100, let's not wait, to get all that information necessary.
Right.
Let's make sure that we're not.
Right. It's easy to say, but we have to make sure we have all the paper trail, right? To seek that reimbursement.
And that's why, Bree, when I was mentioning about the funding, I requested from the speaker, the oversight chair, as to the, a detailed listing of our complete expenditures and things like that, where they plan to use the money, what they plan to do, what federal funds came in, so that we can see where public health has gotten additional assistance from the federal government and how it was expended. So, hopefully that, public health will gather that list together and be able to forward it to the oversight chair so that we can see as the budget process will be coming up. We want to make sure that, we're on it on this budget session.
Here's also a going back thing, that Senator Ada is right. We got to make sure that all of this information and they fit in these blocks and they fit into these silos that occur. Because here's a concern that I have is that while we're 100% federally, 100% reimbursed by FEMA will not reimburse us for the CARES Act money, another federal funding source that we used. They will reimburse us for the local monies that have to be used in this effort. And so it's going to be interesting to find out in these reports. We made these purchases, we did these services, we stood up, this process, and this was the funding source, this was the funding stream. Then we can go in there and say, CARES Act took care of this, that other federal grant took care of this, and if we didn't spend any local money, we're not getting reimbursed on anything.
For anything, right?
Right. So it's basically based on the local monies that we had used to respond to this, that will be reimbursed, and at this rate, according to Dr. Cabrera, it'll be at 100%, provided that there's all the justifications that are in place.
Right. Yeah, I'm just looking at the release from FEMA that the additional direction received from the president will allow FEMA to increase its support to our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners through additional federal funding. Specifically, the president's directive allows FEMA to pay 100% federal funding for the costs of activities that have previously been determined eligible from the beginning of the pandemic in January 2020 to September 30, 2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that they need to do and ensure that they do, dot their I's and cross their T's to ensure that whatever is locally expended funds that we get totally reimbursed for. And that process should be coming forward from them.
Senator Ada, there was also a question that you were asking regarding the, I think it was the screening procedures for the vaccination clinics. And I'm not sure if there's a requirement that you be a resident of Guam. Were there some issues that you heard about that was happening where people were coming in and just trying to get the vaccine and they don't even live here?
Well, one of the media outlets had reported that, people were turned away. I guess a busload of people were turned away from the vaccination site at Manila. And so that's why I wanted to know if what was the requirements, and if the requirements were local or federal, right?
Yeah.
And who's enforcing it? When they said that no, there's no required, that first they said that you got to be a local resident, so who's checking these things if they're local residents or not? And Dr. Cabrera did come out earlier and said, well, it's a rush to vaccination, herd immunity. I mean, if we're going to vaccinate people, let's vaccinate them. If they met the qualification of being 75 and over, or whatever it may be, where they came from, I understand we need to take care of our local population, but if those people are here and they're here for a while, it doesn't make sense not to vaccinate them, because they traveled here for 3 months, whatever it may be, if they're contract workers or whatever it may be. But I think we need to ensure that we're not going to lose any federal funding, or we're not going to lose vaccines because of the fact that we're putting stipulations there that they must be a U.S. citizen or they must be a resident of the island in order to receive that vaccination.
Yeah, and here's one that can test it. Let's say you had Mary Cruz, okay, 79-year-old, came to Guam last year in February, because she was going to come here for a family reunion, got stuck here because of COVID. Oh, and I forgot, Mary Cruz has got a South Carolina driver's license, and her residence is in South Carolina. But she's Chamorro. Do we say that in this case she can't get vaccinated? Right. She came here for a family reunion and got stuck. And so there are many things, and Senator Ada is right and stuff. The point is, the person is here, is on Guam. Right. You send them out. You say, no, you can't get vaccinated. What if that person then goes to a group of people and says, can't get vaccinated, and then starts off all over again? So I understand the need to want to protect, to make sure that we have enough, to protect and to vaccinate, our community. But that person is in our community now, and that person is our community.
Our community, yeah, exactly. So, and that's why I asked the question, because we just want to make sure that if we're going to be rushed to vaccinate, that we vaccinate as many people as that we can. I mean, I hope, and I failed to ask last night if any of the vaccines or any of the doses went spoiled or wasted because of the fact that we didn't have enough people to vaccinate on a certain day. So perhaps what they can do is, if we have enough doses and there's no one that's there in line to get vaccinated, hey, if there's tourists at the hotel or whatever it may be, let's get them vaccinated. Whatever the issue may be, let's not waste any doses of vaccinations, the vaccine. We don't want to waste anything. So let's do what we can to work together, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to lose any funding or any of the vaccines in the event that, because we're saying, you have to be local or you have to be a resident of Guam, because none of that was put out at the very onset of the vaccination program. They never said you have to be local, and they never said you have to be a U.S. citizen. So I just wanted clarification on that.
Did you guys hear that something about the isolation facility moving?
Yeah, I think they're moving from the Bayview, and they were saying that they're moving from there because the hotel is too big. Yeah, despite what's going on, the hotel's too big, so they need to find a smaller facility for.
Maybe they're gonna go back to Wyndham Garden.
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh wait, they gotta find a Cortec property first. I don't know.
So by the end of the oversight hearing, wait, we didn't even ask. What about the nursing's allegations of the complaint made against some of the nurses over at the government quarantine facility? Was that discussed?
Did you feel that it was discussed at a level you're comfortable with, or should they have gone deeper into it?
No, I think that, and what Arts and Augustine had said is that they would go back and look and all the different complaints and everything, and compile that and provide that information to the speaker's office. So I think that's an ongoing, conversation too as well. And I recognize, if you listen at the start of the oversight hearing, there were, I don't know what, 8 or 9 people, that were responsible for different pods and different responsibilities in this effort. And I can see that on a daily basis, and sometimes even on a weekly basis. It's very difficult to be able to keep tabs with all the minute little things that occur. And what I would have appreciated is a more tightly, I guess, I don't want to say coordinated, but that we don't have to wait for the information. It was there. Granted that it was probably a question that was asked out of the blue, or out of, like you did to me this morning. I'm sitting here waiting for questions on public health, and you throw me on back to my DEA days. Okay. But so it happens here. It happened on the hearing last night, and let's give them that opportunity to provide that information, and then continue the conversation from there.
Yeah, I think
what they did say is that the facility is manned by private nurses from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then public health nurses from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. So they're looking into the situation, and they'll move forward with their findings to the speaker and the oversight chair as to the results of what they come up with.
Right.
So yeah, Senator Blas, we worked. Hopefully, we'd be able to get that information as well, and work further on that and see where we can go with it.
I just think that if anybody wants to know what's happening with the vaccination clinics, the quarantine, all of that, that actually was a very informative oversight hearing, and really encourage people to watch it. It's about 2.5, 3 hours long, but it's a lot of information, and you will be brought up to speed. And like you said, there are still some outstanding questions that senators have, but really, if you want to know what's happening in our community with vaccinations, please check it out and be informed.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting when I think it was the speaker kind of questioning Dr. Cabrera about the vaccination. I mean, first of all, I just want to say that if you look at the statistics nationally when compared to other states and territories, we're way ahead of the curve. So I do want to say that public health, and I don't know if it's just logistically because we're a smaller place or whatever. I don't want to, take the credit away from them, but they did get a lot of people vaccinated. I mean, a lot of people vaccinated.
Absolutely.
Right. So many so that we almost ran out of vaccines. And that was what was troubling to me, was that Dr. Cabrera, I mean, I don't know if they just didn't anticipate this many people wanting to get vaccinated, but now that they shook the tree, everybody wants to get that shot. Everybody. And so Dr. Cabrera said that they had used 95% of their vaccine totals. And he said that it was kind of crazy that they used that much, and they said that's how close they came to running out, and that forced them, I guess, to kind of retool who's getting what. So, I mean, we're hearing things about shortages of Moderna, and I'm wondering, is that why we're kind of widening that window? Whereas before, when we first came out, it was like, oh, you got to take it 21 days. You have to take it. They were so firm on that. Like, that was one of the things they said, guys, you really got to push the messaging that they have to get the vaccine 21 days after the first shot. They have to get their second shot. Well, now they're saying 42 days. But I'm just wondering, are they kind of widening that window because they don't know how many vaccines we're going to have?
And that's why we wanted that clarification with the 21 for Pfizer, 28 for Moderna. And then they said all the way up to 42, and that's what we needed the clarification on as well.
Right.
We don't want people to think that, oh, okay, I missed the 28th day, and then they go back on the 31st day and told, well, you have to take vaccine, you have to take the first shot all over again because you missed the 28th day or the 21st day mark, right? So that's what they need to really emphasize to the public, is that if you missed if you passed 21 days, don't worry, if that's what it is, up to 42, but we need to get that clear message out to the public.
Yeah, it was almost like there's a little part there too where they talked about the quarantine and the CDC recommendations, which are for 10 days quarantine. And Dr. Cabrera had said, hey, that is the floor, not the ceiling. So he said, while the CDC recommends 10 days, the states and territories are free to interpret and to kind of use that floor marker to figure out what they want to do. And I just want to say, like, I mean, I'm not here to hold the pom-poms for public health, but we're doing way better than we I mean, it could be way worse. You know what I mean? We could be way worse off. So I get that the quarantine is an important part, especially with the variant. But again, it's kind of inconsistent, and that's what really makes people lose faith and wonder about the credibility is when you're told 21 days, no, 42, 10 days, no, 7. It's just there's so many conflicting pieces of evidence. Oh, game rooms can open, but not bars. Oh, but you can get drunk in a restaurant.
That's very true.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of clarification needs to be made, and hopefully the messages will start to, become more precise as to who's qualified for vaccinations. If you have to be a U.S. citizen and a resident Guam for the past 5 years, whatever it may be, they start coming out with those clarifications. What is it, 21, 28, or up to 42? Those are the messaging that they need to work on, so that people don't go hysterical if they miss the marks, right? And as much people as we can get vaccinated, they're doing a great job. We just need to continue the messaging, and hopefully, we'll be able to start opening up our economy. One division that I failed to mention last night that was doing an excellent job as well was the Division of Environmental Health. They're health inspectors that go out there every day, trying to ensure that everyone is keeping to the protocols of what needs to be done in the businesses so they can keep open. When I was in the private sector, I ran into those folks almost on a daily basis, and it was one of the inspectors that I had to ask. I said, what is it that you are looking at so that I can work with you to ensure that my place is compliant and that we are following what needs to be done so that I don't have to get shut down, or I don't have to get cited for a violation that, could have been avoided. And he said, sir, just keep doing what you're doing, because, if there's something that does come up, we'll bring it to your attention. And I think that's what our business owners and people need to do, is just talk with the environmental health inspector to ensure that you're in compliance. And, they're not there to make our jobs or our lives any more difficult. They're just there enforcing what was mandated to them to do. So, my hat's off to the Division of Environmental Health. There are a lot of good people, and Malou Scruggs, she's been doing an awesome job there, and my hat's off to her as well. And I hope that, they continue the hard work so that we can continue to open up our economy, get our bars open, get our, tourism coming back, so that we can get back to as normal as possible a life.
There's a comment on our Facebook. Chris Cave writes in, homework wasn't done again. I surely hope vaccine is available when second dosage is due. There was another thing that I think Speaker Terlahi had asked Dr. Cabrera. When we give the first vaccine shot, do we then reserve the second shot? And he said they only started doing that kind of recently, right?
And you would hope that you're right. Before you go out and you practice it, you make sure you test it, and you have a plan to be able to do this. That was kind of concerning too as well when the information was provided that they anticipated that this was going to happen, but they didn't see that
happening.
They didn't have a plan, or they're working on the plan to be able to make sure that there is that second dose, and that's very concerning. And so there was a lot of information that was revealed last night, and I think one of the key points in the messaging that they have. We have a tendency a lot of times when you're working in emergencies, and Chris and Bree, you're very familiar with this, that sometimes that we're so much in our little silos and we're in our vacuum that there's the assumptions that the information that we want or that should be disseminated is being disseminated when it in fact is not. One of my pet peeves a lot of times in dissemination of information is the utilization of acronyms. Okay? We assume that everybody understands what SWAT means, or DEH, or even DPHSS. That can lead to confusion as well as the anxiety. And when you have to go through this day by day for over a year, you can understand why this mounting frustration and anxiety has got us to this point. So we've got to work on that messaging, so that we can talk about, how many days, can you wait until you have to take the second dose? Where you need to go to get that first dose? Who can go to get it? What allergies or what medical conditions will preclude you from having to take or being able to take these vaccinations. While they know this in this, in their pods, while they know this in the organization, problem is the community doesn't, and that leads to the confusion and the frustration. So they got to work on that.
Yeah, it seems like we definitely have a lot to work on. I don't know. After every oversight hearing, I feel like that we have 5,000 more questions.
Yeah. I went on the way home after the thing. I was like, I forgot to ask this.
I know.
Ask that,
I mean, when you get the vaccine, they say, oh, you got to do a 15-minute observation period. They should do that with oversight hearings. Like, you guys ask all the questions, like, hold on, guys, hang out for 30 minutes, fan, because Senator Blas might have forgot something.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll let you go. Get to work. It's 8:16. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time. And
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Bree.
All right.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Bree. Thanks, Jason.
All right. There you go.
Okay, take care, guys.
Take it easy. Senator Tony Addison, Senator Frank Blas Jr. Good interview. Started talking about the judiciary, which when Senator Frank had said, "Oh, kind of a curveball," but when you get elected to office, you can. And you stand in the batter's box. You got to be ready for whatever comes from the pitcher's mound.
And he's a former police officer,
right.
former head of Homeland Security, Civil Defense. So he speaks from a place of experience.
Right, and he said basically, if the federal authorities come out and say there's all this corruption going on, then you got to let that investigation that they're doing kind of run its course. And I kind of see his point, but.
Yeah, it does take a while,
Yeah, of course. But I also feel like when our highest elected officials don't make a peep about it, it's highly suspect to me. It's sus, like the kids say. 8:18, we're KUAM FM Agotni Guam. Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. We just went long in that interview, a lot of great information. We have Dr. Hoa Wen coming up next, Dr. Felix Cabrera. And then we're going to go in with the defense attorney, Tom Fisher, about the Josh Palacios murder trial, the verdict, and will there be an appeal? All of that coming up here on The Link. It's The Breeze. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Hearing was definitely interesting. Even the one before it, there was a hearing on the emergency superpowers of the governor, which it kind of me just turned as like a complaining session. But a valid hearing in that one of the senators had brought up afterwards the rhyme and reason, or the lack thereof, when it comes to what opens, what, and I forget which senator it was. I think it was one of the Republicans that was talking about week to week, what opens. For example, you open a game room, but there's no explanation, like no rhyme or reason. This is what's in line. This is what we're going to open. This is why we're opening game rooms and not bars, for example. So, but you know what they hide behind? It is what it is. It's rapidly evolving. You come try if you think you could do better. Yeah, so let's go in now with the Physicians Advisory Group Chair, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, who, Doc, one of the things that was interesting to me in the hearing was this talk about the vaccines, and there was a portion of it where Speaker Terlahi was questioning Dr. Cabrera about the clinics, which have been deputized. There's a few of these Tier 2 clinics, which were basically the governor said, hey, need you guys help? Here's a badge. You're now officially part of the public health response. And first it was with testing, right? And so they were deputized to do the testing. There was testing out of the clinics, and now they were doing the vaccinations. The clinics have also been folded into this vaccination effort. But from what we heard with Dr. Cabrera last night was we had run through 95% of our vaccines, and they've only recently started holding reserves. And one of the things they had talked about when asked if there were issues with the clinics getting more vaccines, they had said, I think it was Dr. Cabrera who had said, I want to say it was him, they had said, well, if a clinic has, is asking for more vaccines, but then when we look at the system, if they still have like 200 vaccines or whatever, we're not going to give them more. And so when we were kind of talking about that before you came on, Doc, you were talking about public health reporting system. So is that accurate what they're saying, where a clinic can be asking public health, hey, we need more vaccines, and public health shoots back like, oh, well, you still have 100?
Yeah, the clinic, I think like there's about 20 clinic now giving out vaccine, and the three big clinic, AMC, FHP, SDA, we give out a lot. And the reporting system that public health have called WebIZ, is a pretty old system back to like 2013 when Dennis Rodriguez passed a law and adopted WebIZ. It's very complicated. We are trying to find ways to try to somehow get the data from the patient and input that to additional platforms. So that way we don't have to manual input it. It usually take about 3-4 minutes or so to input every patient that you have. On top of that, you have to do your input in the clinic too. So it take a lot of time. And yes, it's complicated. So sometimes the clinic are behind on input the data into the WebIZ to report that to public health. So when the clinic asks for some more vaccine, they are run very low in the vaccine. I know that in the book sometimes it showed 200, but trust me, they use every one of them already, and that's why they ask for more. I would ask public health to work with the clinic and try to make a better system so that way they can know how much vaccine the clinic use. For us at AMC, we did so much that, especially with GDOE, that the Department of Labor is kind enough to kind of give us the 2 support staff from DOL to input the WebIZ, because like I said, for 800 people that we do for the GDOE, it takes about 50 man hours to put it into the system. It takes a long time. That's the complicated the procedure that the clinic are behind on reporting to public health. So we were asking and try to work public health to find a better system that we can communicate back to them to see how many vaccines we use in each clinic, because I say there's 20 of them. I understand that some of them are late in reporting, but I think that it's a very complicated process to try to input the data, but they try their best. Like I said, it's really do. But again, we do for AMC wise. So we see there's a shortage of Moderna, which is the one that give out to the clinic because of temperature in this month in February. So we I hope that we have enough for on the Moderna number 2 to be given by the end of February. We have asked public health to make sure that they set aside the number of vaccine that we're expected to give for all our patients, and including the GDOE on the 24th and 25th of February for the second dose. We require about almost 1,800, I think 1,900 doses by the end of February to vaccinate everyone to meet the date on the Moderna number 2.
Right.
So again, there's 2 right now. Even our clinic, we kind of put on hold on the new one for on the one to get the number 1 shot, because we would like to make sure that our supply is adequate for all the people that require the number 2 shot.
Wow.
So that's we kind of project ahead of time. Like I said, we hope that we have enough vaccine on the island, especially Moderna, to support that. I know FHP and SDA will have the same thing, so they will have to project out and request public health to set aside the Moderna vaccine for them to complete the number 2. For our people that require the first shot, UOG with the guard, they're open from 3 to 7 p.m. on Tuesday to Saturday, but they have Pfizer. So we have Pfizer out there that they can give the first shot, and then 21 days later they will get the second shot on the Pfizer.
Doc,
Right. So I'm just looking at, just to clarify with everything you were talking about with the dose 2. So yes, the UOG Cabo Field House the National Guard, they're ramping up their efforts today through Saturday, and that's 1 to 7 p.m. And they are prioritizing the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine as well as the Moderna vaccine. But they are doing, it's limited to 50 per hour, but that's just for the first dose.
Right.
So I think it's only
Doctor,
first dose of Pfizer only.
are we in danger of not having vaccines when it comes around to the end of the month and people need that second shot?
There's a possibility, Chris Sabrina, that we'll be short in Moderna, and people won't be able to get it through the end of the month. Again, we have a window that we can extend beyond the date for the second shot up to 2 weeks. So, you know, if we are short, we will probably have to push those people back to sometime to early March when we get the second the supply from the Fed. But they have 2 weeks window past the date for the second shot.
When you guys go out and do the GDOE outreach and the other outreaches with the homebound, are you given the vaccines from public health, or do you use your existing inventory that is at the clinic level?
Again, when we go out to GDOE and the homebound, like PD and Mighty, and we did Tamuning this past weekend, we asked public health ahead of time to give the vaccine. So we plan ahead of time before we go out. Again, we turn in our request toward the end of February, for a whole month February, in order for us to finish the Moderna number 2 to public health yesterday. And we hope that we have enough supply to finish what we did on January, so people will have to complete the series by the end of February.
Doc, when you talk about the reporting system and how old it is, and public health is saying that, if, for example, AMC still has 200 vaccines, we're not going to give them anymore. Is there a possibility, because of the delayed reporting, that you guys could be showing that you have 200 vaccines, but in reality you have 2 or none?
100%. I tell you, when the clinic asks for more vaccine, they pretty much exhaust the vaccine. And that's something that we need a better report system somehow that we can let them know that the vaccine have been given to someone already. The clinic won't ask for more vaccine if they have 10, 15 vials in the refrigerator. No, they not. You know, again, Department of Labor have been very kind to us and give us some staff to input the WebIZ for the GDOE, for the program. So we are, kind of slowly catching up to it, but I think we should be complete today. It's a system that is not easy to use. I present that to administration already, to the governor, and we try to find way to simplify it. But we had to put it into this system. It acts like an inventory supply thing. So you had to put it in, I guess, for the HSS to know how much vaccine you have been used already. I hope that's they use that to give the supply to Guam. That's something that we hope that we are up to date, so that if we're going to ask for 30,000 doses, that they know that we used 30,000 doses already.
There was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I think the last time we spoke, you were mentioning about this, and we're still waiting for this EUA or EAU. I can't remember. EUA. See, I get confused. We're still waiting for the EUA for this. But even if we get it, Doc, is it effective against any of the new variants?
I think that all the immunization, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, hopefully they come out sometime in March and they get approved. They are effective on the UK variant, but I'm not sure about the South Africa. I'm not well versed in that. Dr. Caprera probably know better than I do on that one. But for the UK variants, they are effective against that one.
All right. Anything on
So-
quarantine? Anything?
No, we still keep the quarantine brief. I think we're not going to change that so much. But again, our message I want to put out people is that if you have the Moderna #2, Pfizer's easy. You only could go to one place at UOG or maybe Public Health the South have it. But for anyone that have Moderna, try to their best to go back to the same place that give it to you. Just because the clinic now have to kind of conservatively manage their vaccine, so they will try to give to the people that was given the first dose in the clinic. So that way, when we ask for supply from the from public health, that we don't fall short. That's the thing. It's very crucial now to do your supply inventory to the dot, so that way people won't miss the second shot. Hopefully they get it on time, and again, if they don't get on time, that they have 2 weeks window that hopefully in March that we can play catch up with the Moderna #2. Okay, but for right now, I encourage people that don't have the vaccine yet to go to UOG to get the Pfizer #1, because we still have a lot of Pfizer.
So there's a lot of Pfizer.
Are people are given the choice? Do you want Moderna? You want Pfizer?
I think when they get there, they give them a choice. But again, we try not to use the Moderna #1 so much, because we need to really complete the #2 for everyone that need to have it in February. And that's something that we ask public health to really do the inventory supply to the T, because we don't want to let people to ask people to delay for up to 2 weeks, which to me is still safe to use. But some people won't like to be told that, hey, we have to wait 2 more weeks and they're late for the second shot.
Doc, sorry if this came up before, but can you get a first shot Pfizer, second shot Moderna, or vice versa?
Absolutely not. When you get the first shot Moderna, you stick with the second shot Moderna, and vice versa with Pfizer. You cannot mix match 100%.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
No further questions.
Okay, guys, have fun. I gotta go back and look and listen to the.
You better go input your vaccine inventory.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, see you, Doc.
Bye, Doc.
Yes. Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group. Let's just go right into it with Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Doc, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. We're having fun.
Yeah, you guys on a roll here.
How about you? How are you doing?
I know.
How you doing? I guess we could just start, Doc, if you wanted to respond or anything to any of the vaccine questions or points that were brought up.
Well, there's, sorry, I've been listening in and out as trying to multitask here, unfortunately, but I think the overarching message that I think we need to get across is that, let's start with the vaccines, is that let's remember that this is logistically it's the most complicated logistics effort that we've ever seen since World War II. And we're dealing with uncharted territory. We're trying to use existing knowledge, and knowledge is coming in, daily. So because of that, there needs to be a level of tolerance that our community, we hope to ask for, in that when we set goals, when we set targets, they change. And it's going to be difficult to stay completely up to date, and which here 1 week may start expanding or changing, in the following week. And we'll try our very best to keep the message consistent, and we owe that to the community, and we will work very hard with that. But we hope that the community can work with us as well, and just before being necessarily upset or or mad about understanding one thing, just try and look up and see if there's more recent changes, and that's the best that we can ask of them, and we hope that that comes true. So that's really the main part here. And so because there's I listened to a bit of with Senator Blas and Senator Adam, and they made very good points and some very good recommendations. But it is true that there are numbers that don't seem like if you didn't get the full sentence and you just heard the one number, you may not get it. So, like for example, the 42 days. And so what the CDC is saying is that they're comfortable basically with you getting your second dose up to 42 days after your first dose. So if it's Pfizer, between 21 and 42. If it's Moderna, between 28 and 42. Not that that you should get it at 42 or any, there's no hard number. It's just that there's a window there where everyone should feel comfortable if you fall into that.
I mean, Doc, we only question that because when we did the rollout of the vaccine, you guys were very, very firm on the 21 days, and then a month later, it's kind of like you said, the CDC recommends up to 42 days. But how much of this is trying to manage our inventory and, maybe stretch this window so that we can be sure that everyone's going to get the second shot?
Yeah, so it's definitely a balancing act that we have here. And, we didn't have that necessarily that window, that we were given this information when until a little bit later. So, and also that what was an unknown during the early parts of our vaccination effort was what was going to be the compliance for those coming in for their second shot. We didn't really know if people were just going to be happy with getting their first and then not really be interested in the second. But what we learned is that, wow, they are very compliant, and I'm very proud of Guam because we're looking at about at times 93% compliance rate with those coming in within a plus or minus 4-day window of that 21 or 28 day marks. So because of that, we are very happy with that. First of all, I want to be very clear, we're very happy with that. But as we try and see where our inventory is, and again, there is a race to vaccinate and to get as many people into the vaccination as we can, especially if one of these variants are introduced in Guam, which could be devastating. You think August, September, October, November was bad? Try doubling it. Try doubling as bad as that was easily. That's what's happening in the United Kingdom, and that's with their lockdown. By the way, they were in lockdown when this variant strain started to spread and became the predominant strain in the United Kingdom, and yet they doubled their hospitalization rates than they've ever seen throughout the pandemic. So that's what we're really afraid of, and that's what we're really focusing on again, right? So it's because of that we were trying to find this balance, and so we're not necessarily moving the goalposts here. We're just trying to see which side of the field do we really need to be playing on, and as we go forward. So that's really where we're at. I know that's a lot of general statements, and it's not really that informative, but I'm hoping to just understand that this is complex, and we're all learning on a daily basis here. And we hope to give you the best, the best results ultimately. And we're one of the top in the nation in terms of our shots in arms per capita, and then the rate that we're giving it shots in arm per capita. And so we should be very proud of that. And that's the big picture part here. So yes, there are going to be some, nuances and complaints that come through it, but then big picture is, we're winning here, and we need to continue the momentum.
But Doc, you said yourself in the hearing last night that we're in this race to vaccinate, and we ran so fast in this race that we nearly finished our whole supply of the vaccines. And now we're in this situation where we're having this conversation about, are we going to have second doses? And then, there's something else that you touched on about making the ask for help. When you mentioned the variant and saying that it could be twice as bad as it was during the height of the second surge if this variant gets out in the community. I heard you say something that we can't ask for travel nurses, or we can't ask for doctors to come back to Guam because they're busy fighting COVID everywhere else where it's raging.
yeah, it was going to be much more difficult to do it in that sense because, and that's even FEMA has, they've made that plea with us multiple times to please, you guys are doing great. Please keep doing great because they won't have they can't just deploy medical personnel assets, like they did back in August and September. So that they are not going to be available because they're all deployed and being consumed in the fight right now, stateside. The rates are down overall, but not the deaths. The deaths are still pretty flat, and hospitalization rates are also down, which is good. But it's still at an extremely high point compared to any other time in the pandemic. So because of that, it's not going to be as easy to get help here. If it came to that point.
So is that, I guess, the ask for doubling our shipments of the vaccine, is that part of the argument in terms of like us being vigilant against this variant?
Absolutely. And let's also remember that the importance for Guam and the Mariana Islands to be vaccinated very quickly is not just because of our limited access to resources, but because of our strategic military point in the region, right? And so if the community is compromised, the military could be compromised, and DOD. So we right now, or any vaccination that the DOD does, for us that's kind of extra credit when we're thinking about our herd immunity. But we're still looking at it as a whole, even though the JIC numbers are not reporting necessarily DOD numbers. It's just civilian-based vaccinations, but for all these different reasons why we're trying to make the argument, and the governor is reaching out again to General Perna, as she had mentioned to us yesterday that she'll be doing, and so we're also trying other avenues, talking to our Region 9 acting director as well. Dr. San Augustine reached out to her and made a plea as well, and then we've looked at other back channels as well. And so, just so it's clear, they have been increasing our allocation on a monthly basis. Okay, it's been going up incrementally, and they're promising more, throughout. And we have every reason to believe that it will be more. Will it be as much as we want? It's probably not. Will it be adequate? Right now, I'm redoing some numbers and projections for that. If they keep going at the same allocation increase as they're giving us right now, we might actually have over 200,000 shots by July 21st. So there's a chance for that, but the feds have to do their part to do that. And this is not even factoring in Johnson & Johnson if it gets its emergency use authorization, and that's one shot. So then all of a sudden, this getting to herd immunity is going to be much easier for those who choose. Now the option of getting Pfizer versus Moderna, that's not as your first dose. That's that option is extremely limited, not non-existent, but extremely limited right now. But once the Johnson & Johnson comes online, and we get an allocation of it, which will maybe be in the next probably in the next 1 to 2 months. In the FDA committee doesn't meet again until later on this week, even though Johnson & Johnson has already submitted their or submitting their applications. Sorry, later on this month, I should say. Sorry, February. So it's probably in March or so when we could potentially be seeing those vaccines. So at that point, we do have to give the community a choice, and that because it's two very different vaccines and with different efficacy rates. And just to go, I know Dr. Hua deferred to me about the efficacy of the Johnson & Johnson. Mm-hmm. So first dose, there's 72% efficacy in the United States. In Latin America, it was 66%, and in South Africa, it was 57%. So it doesn't directly address the United Kingdom strain, but it shows how much decreased efficacy it has in the South African strain, for example. Wow. But the good news is that that's all above 50%, and which is what we really need it to be.
Not 95% though.
Not 95. You're absolutely right.
Doc, there was a line of questioning about the critical service workers, and it kind of seemed to me, based on their description of what is a critical service worker, that there are a whole lot of critical service workers out there who are getting exemptions to quarantine. When we hear how worried you are about the variant do we need to examine this criteria for critical service worker and maybe narrow it a little bit more to kind of cover any gaps that we have with the variant spreading? Because we've seen that when you come to Guam with your negative test, like in the instance of the 2 Guard members, they came to Guam, but then they ended up pretty much catching COVID on the flight. Right? So are we looking at critical service worker definition and exemptions, and are we going to be tightening those?
Yeah, I think that we have no choice but to relook at that and retighten it, and then and what's already happening is doing more surveillance, right, and enforcement. And so remember that these critical service workers all have employees, basically. I mean, employers, and the request and responsibility comes from the employer, and so or as the one that's supposed to ensure that they're following the protocols as well. So it's a shared responsibility. In this, but ultimately it falls on, of course, public health to ensure that that compliance. But also, this, we're looking at other strategies in terms of testing, relooking at our testing requirements for them prior to arrival. Right now, it's 5 days, probably should be 72 hours, and then especially because it is easier to get a test now, stateside, for example, and then also testing upon arrival here. Whether that's immediate or within 5 days, something along those lines. And so, they're critical and essential for a reason, and we can't necessarily change a lot of them. In a lot of cases, these are healthcare workers. But they're the way that we ensure that they are mitigated to the best that we can, and yet they can still perform their duties is something that we are continuing and actually really focusing on right now.
I had just a couple of things that I wanted to follow up on. But first, I wanted to ask if you had any other information, because it was kind of shocking to hear about this 18-year-old that had passed away from COVID. It's so young. Do you have any other information as to what exactly happened?
I don't. That unfortunate young lady, she was taking care of GMH, and I don't have any information about her case and the events that led up to it. I've heard some anecdotal statements, but nothing that I would make any statement or opinion on, except for just saying that every death is tragic, and what makes it more tragic is when it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, especially their loved ones. And when there's conflicting information that may occur either by accident or just by just misinformation, completely. So because of that, it's understandable to be angry. I want to acknowledge that they have every right to be angry if they are. But time will be the will hopefully provide more information and hopefully provide more closure. And our prayers are to them, and God, I just can't imagine what they're feeling right now.
Do we know if she was part of many of those high risk areas or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't have any of that information. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. There was something that I think it was Annette who, going back to the oversight hearing, it was something that Annette had mentioned, and I think it was community vaccination clinics that could be starting this week in Agate, and I think Manila.
Yeah. So just to be very clear, these are for the homebound patients, and so they're specifically for the homebound patients that list has already been made and provided by the mayor's office. So this is not just a walk-in for anybody. Okay, I just want to be very clear. And that's so when they go out to the homebound, especially those that are bedbound, they're going to be going specifically to their homes. But in partnership with the mayors, they may set up the main hub or pod at the senior center and then transport them to that, which is going to be a much shorter drive and obviously a much smaller crowd and much easier to do. And these are primarily for second. A lot of these are second dosers that are needing their second dose, and they are clearly delaying their second dose just because they for a lot of reasons they were able to do that first shot, but just absolutely can't do it again. And so this is to help accommodate them. But again, some of them are getting delayed doses, and that's okay, and they'll be protected.
The isolation facility. So what's the plan for that? It's going to be moving out of Bayview.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And this is something that the Office of the Governor is working on, and because they are primarily lead in procuring these different sites. But obviously, we want to ensure that everyone has, especially during a tough time, especially in isolation, that means you are COVID positive, that you're in a more comfortable setting, and I think that's important for healing as well.
So, do you know where?
No, I don't.
No,
I don't.
How soon?
No, sorry.
Okay.
We didn't. These were early discussions yesterday during the governor's brief, but I haven't had any updates since.
So someplace more comfortable. That's all we know.
Yes, absolutely. That I can assure you.
Bree?
No, I'm.
I just want to go back, sorry, to the 18-year-old tragic story. But Doc, I got a 17-year-old son. I mean, there's a lot of people out there who have, young adults, children in the family. I understand you can't say much because of the HIPAA. But what would you say to those people out there who look at this and, I mean, they're just anxiety, worry, stress, because it kind of seems like we're posturing towards normalcy with the vaccinations. But this, for me, was a real wake-up call, right? When you have someone so young.
And especially when from my understanding, at least, is that there was no existing comorbidities, with this particular young lady. But all I can say is that, to ease everyone's anxieties, is that be vigilant about seeking care. Be vigilant about not delaying care. And so if you're sick, if you've been sick for a while, don't just write it out, and especially if there's even a question of COVID. COVID, can it's an upper respiratory viral infection, but what usually leads to people getting much sicker is a pneumonia that develops on top of it. And so when it comes to pneumonia, you're dealing with bacteria now. So they take advantage of that, your weak state, and that's what the pneumonia can develop. And sometimes that pneumonia can be delayed. And so because of that, we really want to ensure that people are vigilant, that even if you think you got over COVID, but if you're starting to feel sick again, that you don't ignore that, that you go back and get checked at either at your doctor's clinic or at the emergency room.
Right. So Doc, I mean, you stand by that. I know you weren't the one who tested or anything, but just from a public health standpoint, you guys stand by that determination that it was a COVID-related fatality?
Based on our definition, yes.
I wanted to bring up something that it was actually Dr. Hoa who mentioned it last week regarding pre-arrival testing requirements and the possibility that maybe we should look into because of what's happening with the variant. And I think it was somebody during the hearing last night mentioning how the variant was in Hawaii, and the PAG was looking into the possibility of just making it mandatory for pre-arrival negative PCR testing no matter where you come from, as opposed to the current CDC guideline if you're coming from an international destination that you have to have that pre-arrival test. Is that something you guys are possibly looking into implement?
I think that's something that we have to look at. In fact, the CDC is already considering that for all domestic travel, and so there's heavy discussions about that. So they may make that determination for us, to increase that floor, so to speak, right? And then we would, naturally rise with that. We're waiting for word to see if they're going to do that. But again, it's something that we have to seriously consider. We are hoping for results of our screening for the different strains to come back in the next week or so. They asked us to give them about 2 to 3 week turnaround time, and so maybe next week we might have some information, and then we'll go from there. Again, I want to, if we find out that the strain was caught, it was here on Guam, but it was in the quarantine facility, then yes, that's going to be cause for concern, but it's only going to prove how much more important the quarantine facilities actually serve.
Well, I thought what was also interesting during the oversight hearing, as we talk about being vigilant against the variant, was there was something that you mentioned that, okay, so we sent the 20 samples last week, but it's something that you guys are going to be doing routinely now for this genomic sequencing.
Yes. And so, yeah, we're going to be doing that basically about every 2 weeks. We're going to be sending samples to the CDC. And I believe they're not going to restrict us to 20 samples this time. We may be able to send more. And again, we'll send an equal share from the quarantine facility and from the community. And so they'll be fairly randomized so that they're a good representation, and so that we can have a better chance. I wish we could send them all, but that's not the case.
So, Doc, if we do get these things back and it says yes, it's the variant, is there going to be any rapid retooling of any of our mitigation or protocol efforts to kind of deal with that?
I will say that it will definitely things would definitely change, especially if it was a community case that showed that was one of the strains. As for the quarantine right now, as we're what we're doing is already throwing that up, and the mitigation efforts it's accounting for that, but human nature is that we're going to want to do even more if we have that new information.
So yes.
Yeah. Gotcha. Well, we're gonna have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. Anything else before we let you go?
Well, the last thing I just want to say is that as we make these efforts and we try and improve on our process, one of the best things that we have on our side as we move forward and looking at several months to get these vaccinations is the main thing here is tincture of time. With tincture of time, things will get better, and we'll do better with our vaccinations, for example, and then we'll get closer to herd immunity. And so it will take some time. So it's like a lot of hurry up and slow down, hurry up and slow down. But the big picture is that we will get there. Okay.
Right. But in order to get there to herd immunity by July, we really need to get those doses, our allocation, up to 40,000. Is that what was mentioned? Mm-hmm. And if not, then we're looking at herd immunity by the end of the year, based on the rate of allocation we're receiving now.
Yeah, if there is no change, in the rate, then you're looking at toward the end of the year. And President Biden has already said that it's unlikely to reach that the United States as a whole will reach herd immunity before the end of the summer. And so he's already made that statement, which I think is accurate. But that doesn't have to be our story. We can have a much, much better story.
Well, I'm all for happy endings, Doc.
Yep, we will. This will all be a happy ending.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Doc.
There you go. He's the Chief Medical Officer of the ESTA.
Right. Safe, everyone.
Okay. The Department of Public Health and Social Services, Dr. Felix Cabrera. We're KUAM-FM Agotni, Guam. This is The Breeze. The Link, February 9th, Tuesday episode of the show, brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. Quick break, and we're back with Attorney Tom Fisher next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Morning. Good morning, Guam. Tuesday, February 9th. On the link, the Breeze 909. Good morning. Somebody had messaged me about Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio's regular Tuesday appearance on the show. Unfortunately, we haven't had him for a few weeks, so hoping to pick that back up next week. Good morning. Let's go into the Zoom room where we have Attorney Tom Fisher standing by. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Pretty chipper sounding for a guy who just lost a big trial Friday. Tom, let's just start there. So the jury returned, I mean, it was under 2 hours with a guilty verdict for your client. What was your reaction? Were you shocked that it took that fast, or was it something that you saw coming?
Yes, but I'd also like to point out that it didn't take them 2 hours. It was actually much less than that.
How
That was
long?
one of the quickest. That was one of the quickest verdicts I've ever seen in a 1-month trial. I would say that to the extent deliberation took place, I would say it was under an hour. So yeah, to answer your question, I was shocked.
I follow the trial very closely, and I saw what you were trying to do. Is you were trying to obviously get Josh Palacios off the hook, but you were also trying to talk about the motive, and I don't know if conspiracy is the right word, but I guess a plot of actors who were involved with Keith Castro's murder. Did you feel that was what was difficult for you? Was trying to simultaneously prove that the trigger man was someone other than Josh Palacios, and also prove that there was a cast of characters who were involved with circumstances that led to his murder?
Yeah, I think that's a very succinct analysis of what we were doing. In that trial, nobody established why Josh Palacios had any motive to commit this murder. In fact, the evidence of motive pointed at a number of different people. Unfortunately, a lot of the evidence that we had, the judge disallowed, so we weren't allowed to put it on. I like the fact that you chose the word conspiracy. You know, that gets people all, you know, thinking of QAnon and all this, the kind of the lunatic fringe. But you know, in the law, conspiracy is basically two people getting together and deciding to do something which is illegal. Both sides are responsible for the conduct of the others that take place and are largely foreseeable within the conspiracy. So, you know, one of the major disappointments, well, you know, if we're going to talk about this in kind of a meta sense, the issue here is really this pandemic. I know you know, we were just talking about COVID-19. There's yet another pandemic on island, and that is the use of crystal methamphetamine and the sale of crystal methamphetamine, and now, unfortunately, the manufacture of crystal methamphetamine. It's easily one of the worst drugs ever to come out of the mind of man, and it is just ravaging the body of Guam. And we seem to be content to merely address the issue, but not suppress the drug. So we want to, you know, it's like we want to keep it just bubbling below the surface, and that's good enough for us. It's not good enough for us. This stuff is an extraordinarily dangerous cancer in our body, and it has metastasized. It is in every level of society. It's in every profession, including my own. It is in every profession, including yours. It has migrated throughout Guam, and nobody seems to be seriously looking at it. You know, I guess it was about a year ago that the Mandania Drug Force was abolished. And as I recall, I think we got rid of the Mandania Drug Force because we decided that it had accomplished its goal. I guess we won the war on ice there for a couple of days. So the drug force is gone. GPD does not appear to be seriously tackling the problem. The bar, the Guam bar, is not seriously tackling the problem, and I don't know that the medical community is tackling the problem. We've gone about as far as we can, I think, with this therapeutic drug court idea and the hand holding and stuff. It's an outrage. If we had the room to you know, slap people on the wrist and massage them a little bit and give them counseling and so forth, all right, I'm all for it. But we ran out of room. You know, the runway is gone. The disease is rampant, and it needs to be absolutely quashed without mercy. Frankly, one of the things, if you practice in the Superior Court and you attend one of the drug courts, you will see people first time possession of crystal methamphetamine, a user amount, not a sales amount. Although sometimes even an amount to sell, people get a walk. You know, you obey yourself, keep your nose clean. You go through these, various counseling programs, and then we're not going to really punish you. We're just going to hope for the best. I think the time for that is over. I don't think that when, our children, such as Keith Castro, and you mentioned your 17-year-old son, and I understand there was a young lady in one of the southern villages who succumbed to COVID. COVID is not the only evil throughout this island. There is an equally dangerous one, and that is crystal methamphetamine. You can make it in your bathtub, basically. Easy thing to do. It's flowing into the island through the United States Postal Service and other things, and it's just got to stop. There's not really a choice here. I would, if I were the governor, I think I would call in Steve Ignacio and tell him that he is going to put together a vigorous task force that is going to do everything within its power with increased funding to eradicate the problem. I would also ask the legislature to increase funding for the Attorney General's office so they can hire prosecutors who have a specialty in this particular type of prosecutor. I would add more positions, and I would not go into court and allow my prosecutors to just plead these things out. Sorry you used ice, but have a walk and keep your nose clean.
Yeah.
No, you're going to have to do time, and
Yeah, Tom, look with the case of Tomas Taitano, right? I mean, so here's a guy who, got a plea deal. Some would say a sweet one. But, I mean, he basically beat Keith Castro to a point where someone was able to walk up and shoot him. And he's getting out of jail in a couple months.
Yeah, you mentioned the word conspiracy earlier, and I just mentioned the fact that you need experienced prosecutors. Hats off to Rochelle Canto. She got a G in that. She got a guilt in that case. But unfortunately, the real result of that case is one murderer walked, and the other murderer is undiscovered. That case should have been pled up as a conspiracy between a John Doe and Thomas Mark Taitano. Thomas Mark Taitano should have been convicted of murder, not given 18 months and walking out of jail this week. It's just, it's beyond a shame. And I express sincere sympathy to the Castro family. It must have been extraordinarily painful for them to sit in that court hearing and hear how Thomas Mark Taitano beat Keith, even as Keith prayed for his life and asked for mercy and got none. So, those days have got to stop. Why in heaven's name that case was charged the way it was is a mystery. I would suggest getting the chief prosecutor on the line, and why they didn't charge that up as a conspiracy is another mystery.
Let's talk about that SIM card, Tom. So apparently there was a SIM card that through the course of the trial we were able to learn was in Keith Castro's possession, and you had had a few people on the stand, and this SIM card allegedly had photographic and video evidence of just what I had read was a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Yes.
And so I'm just curious, this trial revealed that SIM card, which was in the government of Guam's possession, went missing. When you get, go ahead.
No, the SIM card did not go missing. The SIM card was wiped.
There you go. Yeah, same thing, pretty much. It was wiped clean while in the government's possession. So how do we have something so egregious like that happen? And like, what's the remedy for it? I mean, is there someone at the AG's office who watches these trials and says, "Oh, that's something we need to look into," or is there someone at GPD who says, "Oh, this is something we need to look into"? Because, I mean, it appears like it was the destruction of some very crucial and key evidence. I mean, that maybe wasn't even, or could have been relevant to your trial and Joshua Palash's trial, but also it seemed to implicate that high-level people are making meth and smoking meth and doing all kinds of stuff. And when we had proof of it, the government wiped it clean. I mean, talk about
It's,
a conspiracy.
Yeah, well, I think you pretty accurately stated what happened. The SIM card contained images and information when it went into the government's hands. While it was in the government's hands, it was wiped clean. How'd that happen? I don't know. Who particularly may have had a motive to do it? I don't know. There's only one person, there's only one person I know of. This doesn't mean there aren't others, but there's only one person I know of who saw the contents of that SIM card. And a second person who testified in trial said it contained, information of government of Guam employees. I don't know who those employees are. Involved in the use of crystal methamphetamine, some evidence of criminal sexual conduct involving a child, and so forth and so on, and it disappeared.
Who had possession of the SIM card when the information was erased?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Sabrina?
Who had possession of that SIM card when the information was erased?
The information was turned over by a civilian in Tumon to a Superior Court Marshal. The Superior Court Marshal appeared to hold on to the card for roughly 1 week before it was turned over to an officer within the Guam Police Department. Thereafter, I understand that an FBI agent looked at the card and made a determination that there was nothing of evidentiary value on it. So whatever it was that the lady in Tumon who gave it to the Superior Court had disappeared.
Are you concerned? I mean, obviously you are.
Wait. Was the information erased when it was in the possession of the Superior Court Marshal, or in possession of? Did you say GPD?
GPD. It could have been either agency. I don't know. I don't know which of the two.
Right, but we just were talking this morning about some revelations that came out in the Mark Mayo drug trial, and these are familiar revelations about corruption in the courts. They mention the marshals a lot. So when we have a case of this where you have some very damning evidence, I don't know how it ended up in a marshal's possession for a week. It's very questionable. But when we have the feds saying your courts are corrupt, and then we have things like this happening, why don't we see some kind of local action on it?
Well, you'd have to ask yourself who has a motive to take action and who has a motive to see no action taken. I think, that's kind of the Occam's razor of the whole thing, to figure out why these things are happening. I would just emphasize that it is everywhere. If you're wondering why your bush cutter disappeared over the night, it's because of crystal methamphetamine. You're wondering where your truck went, crystal methamphetamine. If you wonder why your child's a wreck, it's crystal methamphetamine.
If you're wondering
why your employees are not showing up, it's crystal methamphetamine.
I mean, we've saw the murder of Keith Castro, more recently the murder of Andrew Castro. I mean, both these cases very drug related.
Yes. It's it's just a tragedy, and like I said earlier in your program, we have to take vigorous action against it or give up. There's not a middle ground here. There's not a middle ground here. You can't negotiate with cancer. You can't ask cancer just to relax and sit down and things will be fine. Let's work it out. That's not the way it works. You have to excise it from the body. You have to kill the cancer cells. If you don't, you will die. Somebody needs to stand up and take action. How many times do we address each other and call Guam a paradise? Well, is it a paradise worth saving? Are our children worth educating? Are the streets to be safe for all of our use, or are we just going to give up?
I don't know. It kind of seems like we already gave up.
Well, God, I hope not. You have to keep fighting. It's like in this case, right? I'm on this program this morning because of that Josh Palacios case, and again, hats off to the prosecutor. But it's like in that case, we're not going to give up. We're not just going to let that man rot in prison. We're going to get sentenced. We're going to file an appeal. The conviction's going to get overturned in the Supreme Court, and the next court is going to allow us to actually put on our evidence. So we look forward to that. It's a shame that Josh has to spend an additional time in prison for this. But, that's the way the system works, and we're all here to defend this. It's one of the few bulwarks we have against this disease that is breaking on our shores.
So at the end of the day, you don't believe that Josh Palacios pulled the trigger?
At the end of the day, I do not believe that Josh Palacios pulled the trigger. Clearly someone did. There's no question about that, but it wasn't Josh Palacios. Josh Palacios was never identified at the scene. Matt Sablon, who owned the house, or was a resident in the house anyway, identified the shooter as being the bald guy. Josh wasn't bald. A guy named John Babalta was originally identified as being the shooter. And just so on and so forth. And then we had actual people that had motive to do what happened. And, a lot of that, it sounds like sour grapes, I get it. But we weren't allowed to put on the evidence, and we're looking for round two.
Right. So when you talk about actors in this case, and you talk about a conspiracy, there were two bloggers you called to the stand, and they pled the fifth for their involvement in this case. What's procedurally? Let's say, like, I'm the Attorney General, and I'm watching this, and I see something like that. Is there any type of action that gets taken when you have a revelation like that during a trial, or no?
Well, you're referring to Troy Torres and Johnny Rosario. Troy is he's got this local blog. I guess it's got its purpose in a democratic society. He's a muckraker. Okay, that's fine. But he and Johnny both took the Fifth Amendment, pled the Fifth Amendment. In other words, they asserted their constitutional right, a sacred right, not to be forced to give evidence against themselves. But you can't just walk in off the street and say, I want to take the Fifth Amendment, unless there's a reason that you believe you may imperil yourself criminally by talking. So the presumption is, although you can't use it against a person, but if you assert the Fifth Amendment, you are also stating that there is something for which I can be held criminally liable. And for the most part, you really can't explore those sorts of things because, you're protected from doing so. And, a jury is never instructed, the guy took the fifth, therefore you can assume he's guilty. That will never happen. But I would certainly wonder, considering the entire context and considering the inflammatory, dangerous words and statements that Troy and Johnny put out on this Facebook blog, whether there was some involvement. And and that's, I think, particularly true if, I don't know if anybody watched those videos, but you had Keith actually suggesting that people were putting a hit order out on him. Whether or not there actually was a hit order, but one of the things we do know is 1 month after Troy and Johnny said these things about Keith, Keith died. That much we know. So is the AG going to look at that? I don't know. That's going to be up to them.
Well, this is kind of a theme we were talking about this morning with these revelations again that come out about our local court system, and why isn't anybody making noise about it on the local side, save for an oversight hearing a couple years ago?
Yeah, there absolutely should be an oversight hearing, and not one of these things that start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and is over by 7, and we never hear another peep out of it. I don't understand how come the Guam legislature, if they're serious about crystal methamphetamine and the functions and operations of the Attorney General's office and the GPD, etc., why do they not have an investigative hearing? Hire a couple of lawyers, go through the evidence, and have the lawyers posit the questions while the senators sit there and listen to it. Not a bunch of eyewash where everybody convenes at 5 o'clock and then we're out the door at 7 after hearing a bunch of blowhards pontificate about stuff. Let's get serious. Let's do something.
Well, we're not going to disagree with you there, Tom. So you're going to appeal the case. Got it.
Yes, yes.
And you're saying the AG senator should definitely look into corruption of the local court, and then even some of the things that came out of this trial. We had a comment here. Who's the person that the public should be asking about the wiped SIM card? Why isn't anyone working to find out who it is and punish the person?
Well, again, I think I would just repeat what I'd said earlier. You have to ask yourself who has a motive to do that and who has a motive to make sure that does not happen. Those are the ways to find your answers. It certainly would be interesting. We have a right to live in a just and clean society. We have a right to be free of corruption within the police department, corruption with the Guam Bar, corruption within the court system, corruption within the executive and legislative branches. That is our right. The government belongs to us. And if our politicians, they don't want to take it up, they don't want to vigorously look at this stuff, well, then they're basically just saying they really don't care about the health of the people of Guam.
Or they're involved.
How do we know, though, for a fact that there was anything really on that SIM card? And I mean, I don't know who the woman is that you're referring to, but how do we know that she just said that and then she gave this SIM card? And could there was really nothing on it?
Well, yeah, that's a possibility, but don't you think that it merits looking at? Should we just come up with a supposition and say, okay, well, there's alternate explanations, so let's just drop the question? No. So, Sabrina, you may be absolutely right, but it is a question that needs looking at. How could people be confident? It's not good for us to question the honesty of our government. If you question the honesty and the forthrightness and the rectitude of the government, you're basically saying that we don't trust ourselves to govern ourselves.
Yeah.
And we cannot go down that path.
Oh, I'm down that path. I'm all the way at the end of it.
Yeah, you're all the way at the end of it. But I'm sure, you bring a parade of senators on and people from the executive branch, and they're going to tell us how they're looking into this closely, and then we're going to need more money for this and that, and we're going to go for off-island training and all this other stuff. No, you're not. You're going to stay home and you are going to do your work, and you are going to expunge this disease from our body. Your junket to New York City is just we don't do that anymore.
We got a Zoom. There's a Zoom for that training.
There's a Zoom for that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Bree, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Tom, I think at the end of the day, I just don't want to live on an island where people can cyberbully a man to his death and get away with it. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't know where we're heading as an island, as a paradise, as you called it, that there are people in the highest levels of our government that condone this type of behavior.
Amen.
Well, it's disgusting.
Well, at least we still have the power of the ballot, right?
Yeah, I'll see you in 2 years or a year. Tom, thanks. Keep us posted,
right.
Please.
Yes, sir.
See you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Take care.
Oh, we forgot to ask him about Tom, are you still there? I wanted to ask just from Adriana, are you filing any amended actions in the district court relative to the Pine-Hop, the bar closure, the business closure lawsuit?
Yes. I would expect that. Because, the case got dismissed. Judge Bordallo dismissed it, but he said we can amend the complaint. So as of today, that's our intent, to amend the complaint, fix the problems the judge noticed, and refile. Francis Tedinko Gatewood gave us until the 19th of February.
It's been so long, and just kind of since we're talking about old cases, was there anything else with the double pay issue?
Yeah, that's in the Supreme Court right now.
Any movement at all?
Well, all the briefing has been done. The next step is going to be the justices are going to tell us when oral argument will be.
Okay.
And we don't have any control over that, but that's the next step, oral argument, and then we'll just wait for an opinion.
All right.
Right on. Thank you, Tom.
All right. Adios.
That's Tom Fisher. Good talk. 9:34. We'll take just a quick break here, and we'll be back with more of The Link on The Breeze. Good morning.
Finally, plans made
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Oh yeah, 9:38. This is The Link. Good morning. In a Fressy, a pledge. Zach Lujan. Some pretty fire interviews this morning. Going back to talking with Senator Frank Blas, Senator Tony Atta about these issues that are continuously raised in the federal court about our local court system.
And local law enforcement.
And local law enforcement. I mean, they're playing in this Mark Mayo trial, which the closing arguments are today. Good job with Adriana's reportage of this trial. But they played a clip from an FBI agent, Rafael, is it Hernandez or Fernandez?
Fernandez.
Rafael Fernandez, who was also prominently featured in the trial of former Joint Mayor Jesse Blas. And so Agent Fernandez's testimony in this audio clip, or it was a clip of an interrogation that he had done of Mayo, right? And he was basically saying, oh, do you know any dirty cops? Do you know any dirty customs officers? Do you know Joey Terlahi?
Do you know Mayor Jesse
Blas? Right. And then Mayo had offered that he had shown up at the court and got some warrants wiped. Which is, I mean, if that doesn't alarm you guys, I don't know what you're smoking. But stop smoking it. Because to me, it should be the biggest eye-opener for the governor, for the lieutenant governor, for the judiciary of Guam, for the Guam Police Department, for Customs and Quarantine, when you have things being played in open federal court that call into question. I mean, they're not even questioning it anymore. It's a done deal. I mean, the FBI is stating it as facts on the record that, yeah, we're looking for dirty cops. We're looking for the big fish. And again, I just don't know why the response from our local government doesn't match the heaviness of these allegations and revelations. 941, this is the link. Let's go into the news, shall we? Close out the show with some news, with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Half a day, everybody. For several hours, the Department of Public Health appeared before senators, primarily discussing its vaccination plan during an oversight hearing held by the legislature's Committee on Health yesterday. Questions were raised about the numbers to achieve herd immunity by July 21st and whether Guam would meet that goal.
$117,825 doses needed to obtain 70% vaccination.
So 117,000, give or take, right? At the current allocation rate, and you said that you wanted to reach this by July. At the current allocation rate that we have, and let's say that you don't get any authorization for additional, or you don't get an additional, how many vaccinations are we talking about that we're going to be able to get?
Sorry, I just need to clarify.
Sure.
Senator Blas, it's actually right now based on, there's a slide Dr. Cabrera provided, because the vaccine is not authorized for anyone less than 16 years of age.
Yes.
We have to go to the lower population. So actually the target, if I remember correctly from Dr. Cabrera's slide, it's approximately 100,000 individuals who are 16 years of age and older to reach that 70% for herd immunity.
Okay,
and
let's go with that figure. Okay, so 100,000, 70%, 70,000. What is the current allocation based on our current allocation rate? How many vaccines are you going to get by July?
So I can answer this. So just to be sorry, I know we're throwing out a lot of numbers here, but actually it's 125,000 persons who are 16 years and old. 80% of that is 100,000. Just to use a nice round number.
Okay.
So you would have to vaccinate 200,000. But to your ultimate question, Senator Blas, is that we are not going to make it to July with our current allocation. And that, again, was the statement about the federal government being the rate limiting step, not us. And so for us to achieve it, they have to step forward and they have to come up and give it to us. And that's why we're trying to make the strong argument that we're not like these other states where there's vaccines sitting on the shelf and just not getting into arms. We are putting them into arms. So give them to us. And let's have the United States have a big win with the Mariana Islands, and where we're actually going to achieve herd immunity before any other jurisdiction. So we're trying to make that very strong argument. The governor's having the discussion directly with General Perna to request for these allocations. And so that's what we're really hoping. And if anyone and the senators have any other connections in the federal government as well to make the same plea for us, that'd be greatly appreciated, because that's the honest truth. And that we, at our current rate, we'll be lucky to if we're not being allocated any more than we currently are,
we'll be lucky to reach it by the end of the year.
Okay, so what is that number? That's why I'm asking you. You want to see if you can attain this by July, but if nothing else moved in as far as allocation, how many vaccinations are you expected to receive by July?
Right now, most we got, the senator was 51,300 for 3 months. What is that about?
17,000.
17,100 average. Yeah, but what we're hearing, Senator Blas, is that they're going to increase production, and so that's what we've been anticipating. And so we're hoping in the coming month or so that we will actually see an increase to Guam's allocation for vaccines. We're working with the idea that if it is 100,000 and through July, how many vaccines? And so there is an ask for Guam. I think it was like 40,000 in our communications or so with regard to doses, so that we could try to achieve the July, completely projected date in July. But I don't know, Vanette, if you have anything tracking on the VTREX system, if there's any indication of what the March allocation is looking like. Do you have anything at this point? Is there any indication?
No, sir, unfortunately not. We have not seen what will be our March allocation.
Yeah.
But we're hoping with the addition of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that will add more doses made available to all the jurisdictions. So, that's something that we can hope for. And again, the request that our director as well as the governor has put out to General Perna for the 40,000 additional per month, that we hope we can get a positive response, sir.
Okay, so let me go back to the part of the first question that I had. Okay, what is that herd immunity number? If you're saying, let's base it again on your 125, I guess you want your herd immunity within that population of 25,000 of those above 16 years of age, right? So what is that herd immunity number?
100,000.
100,000. So even at 100,000, you want to get herd immunity 100,000. Right now, you're looking at if no further allocations, you're looking at about what, 40,000?
So we're looking at by July, if we're getting the allocation rate we're getting right now, we will get approximately 136,000 vaccines.
Okay.
And then that divided by 2, that's only 68,000 persons we could fully vaccinate.
All right. You do the math. The Guam National Guard's vaccination clinic, in the meantime, ramps back up at the OG Cabo Fieldhouse in Manguilao today through Saturday from 1 to 7 p.m. Priority is to give those due for their second dose of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. The Pfizer first dose will be limited to 50 per hour for eligible individuals. No first doses of the Moderna vaccine will be administered. Residents are advised to schedule an appointment online. Meanwhile, homebound vaccinations continue today through Friday as well. Shots are scheduled to be given this week. Today and Wednesday, Public Health will be in Dededo Gore 82. Thursday, they will be giving vaccinations at the Global Dorm and Guma San Jose. Then on Friday, vaccination of homebound is scheduled for the village of Jigo. A total of 35,395 people have been vaccinated to date. Of that number, 26,670 received their first dose, while 8,725 people have been fully vaccinated. A total of 15,905 of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines are left. The Joint Information Center, in the meantime, reports that out of 1,022 tests performed on Sunday, 15 returned positive for COVID. 8 cases were identified through contact tracing. We should note that this breakdown includes the 13 cases previously reported by the JIC since Friday. To date, there have been a total of 7,664 officially reported cases of COVID since March of last year, with 130 deaths. 103 cases are active, and there have been more than 7,400 recoveries. Currently, 9 people are hospitalized, 3 in ICU, 3 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 0.8. Congressional negotiators begin work on hammering out the details of what exactly will be in the final version of the American Rescue Plan, President Biden's coronavirus relief package. Deborah Alfornay has more details from the White House.
President Biden is calling on Congress to pass his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package as quickly as possible. Tweeting, "We don't have a second to waste when it comes to delivering the American people the relief they desperately need."
Hopefully, in a 2-week period of time, we'll send something over to the Senate, and this will be done long before the due date of the expiration of so many initiatives.
President Biden told CBS News' Norah O'Donnell that he's going to stand firm on providing stimulus checks to most Americans.
You said you're not compromising on the $1,400 checks.
No. He did say he was willing to negotiate on who is eligible to receive the checks, as well as holding off on the $15 an hour minimum wage bill. But he is not flexible about the $400 a week unemployment benefits for the next 6 months. The White House says passing the bill will not only provide benefits for the unemployed, but jobs as well.
I would expect that if this package is passed, that we would get back to full employment next year.
President Biden says he still believes he'll win some bipartisan support from congressional Republicans, but they say White House calls for unity are just lip service.
The administration is showing very clearly they don't care if they have to work with us.
The White House does plan to include a proposal first introduced by Utah Senator Mitt Romney last week. The plan would give tax credits of $3,600 for every child under the age of 6. $3,000 for kids 6 to 17. Americans who make more money would receive lower benefits. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
In other news, GFD units responded to a report of an auto pedestrian incident with serious injuries in Jigo yesterday. Units were on scene around 5 p.m. The male individual was unconscious and unresponsive and transported to GRMC. The auto ped incident occurred at the entrance to Woostig Road. No other information was provided. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Police report the first fatal auto pedestrian accident of the year, and the Guam Police Department is working to identify the victim.
It's really tragic that, we're reporting our first traffic fatality of the year 2021.
The crash occurred over the weekend on Saturday evening at around 8:45 p.m. KUM was on the scene where the incident was in front of Uncle Cho's store in Manilao. According to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, preliminary reports suggest that a gray Toyota RAV4 was in the inner northbound lane by the entrance to Lexing Barrigada and struck a male pedestrian, age unknown, who was attempting to cross the street on the roadway of Route 10. The victim was transported to Naval Hospital Guam, where he succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased by attending physicians. Sergeant Tapao was unable to provide further details on both the victim and driver, but does share this message to the public regarding this frequent traffic-related crash site.
Route 10, Route 16, and Route 1 by Nigua was pretty much notorious for a lot of our frequency with auto pedestrian crash. And it's really, when we do our analysis, we see that the lack of pedestrian crosswalk is, a major factor. The accessibility to a crosswalk is really the closest one that you will find is either by Route 10 by Derry Road or Route the tri-intersection of 10, 16, and 8. So, to have that available within the villages, this has been addressed.
Manilao Mayor Alan Ungacta tells KUAM he was on scene when Highway Patrol Division investigators were activated, and he echoes the concern for roadway safety.
There is a great concern within that area within the past years. The Route 10 area, mainly in that particular from 10 and 15 intersection down towards the Barrigada tri-intersection, there have been also deaths just as well as this tragic incident that occurred. And I'd like to just, remind people be vigilant at all times. Between the tri-intersection and Route 10, there are no actual crosswalks. So the crosswalks are on the 10, 15 and the tri-intersection. And some areas, of course, it lacks proper lighting. So that's also a concern.
The case is ongoing as GPD's Highway Patrol Division has yet to determine if speed, alcohol, or drugs were factors associated with the fatality. If you have any information regarding this incident, contact GPD Dispatch at 472-8911.
This wasn't the first time public corruption allegations were made in district court, pointing at local law enforcement agencies. As we reported last week during federal drug defendant Mark Mayo's trial, FBI agent Rafael Fernandez's witness testimony resurfaced accusations of the local judiciary, Guam Police Department, and Guam Customs involvement with the island's drug world. Reacting to the allegations, GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao.
We take all these allegations very seriously with the Guam Police Department. Chief Steven Ignacio has been very transparent with the media and, of course, the community about holding each and every personnel, both sworn and unsworn, accountable for their action. And as we've seen in previous cases involving officers, may have, whether it be an investigation, we've been very transparent, and we've moved forward with understanding the needs of transparency and reaching out to various agencies. And allegations like these are very serious. And, we welcome all, complaints, allegations such as these, if there are merits to it, we'll move forward. We do respect the color of law. Should any individual's rights have been violated, we've had other...
During the testimony, a playback recording from the Fed's interrogation on the defendant detailed information linking the case to former Doña Mayor Jessie Blas's federal offense. Blas was convicted of extortion for allowing drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for bribes. Mayo allegedly told the FBI that co-defendant Lovelia Mendoza was once in a relationship with Blas, and through this connection, Mayo had 2 warrants vacated. KOM has reached out to the judiciary, and we have yet to receive a response, and closing statements are set to occur in Mayo's trial this morning. KOM reached out to Speaker Teresa Lahi, who held an oversight hearing with the judiciary back in 2019 following Blas's arraignment when the allegations were first made. The speaker was unavailable for an interview, but provides this comment, quote, "During the oversight hearing, the execution of the warrants was discussed, and I was concerned with the level of discretion given to marshals regarding the prioritization or selective enforcement of warrants executed. The judiciary assured me that they would examine their procedures. Since the new serious allegations have arisen under the Mayo case, I have reached out to the new Chief Justice to ask for any updates regarding this matter, and I'm waiting for his response. I urge local and federal law enforcement to investigate this matter further based on any new information that may have been discovered." End quote. You can read the speaker's full statement on KUAM.com. The government believes that Thomas Taitano fully cooperated by providing truthful testimony during murder offender Joshua Palacios' trial. For this reason, Taitano was sentenced pursuant to his plea agreement this afternoon. Taitano pled guilty to 1 count of aggravated assault and 1 count of criminal mischief for his role in the homicide of Keith Castro. Today, he was sentenced to 5 years with all suspended except for 18 months. As stated in court, he's been incarcerated since August 2nd, 2019, the day he turned himself into police, and the 18 months was up on February 2nd, 2021. Taitano was technically released on this case today. However, he remains behind bars because he is on a parole hold. Due to his violations from his 2017 criminal case, his parole was revoked in September 2020, and his discharge date was pushed to March 10, 2022. As we reported last week, a jury found Palacios guilty of the July 2019 deadly shooting of Castro. His sentencing is set to occur at the end of this month. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is expressing support for the renomination of Francis Tidinco Gatewood as the Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court of Guam. In a letter to President Joe Biden, the governor writes that Gatewood has spent nearly 40 years in public service and has served as Chief Prosecutor for the Attorney General's Office, a Justice for the Guam Supreme Court, and the current Chief Judge of the Guam District Court. Gatewood was first appointed to the federal bench by President George W. Bush in 2006. Her 10-year term expired on October 30th, 2016, although she has continued in that capacity since. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero said, quote, "I believe Francis's judicial service has been exemplary enough to receive favorable consideration of reappointment by you for the people of Guam," end quote. We should note that Congressman Michael San Nicolas previously sent a letter to President Joe Biden recommending Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon for the position. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And finally, Senator Talina Nelson will be holding an oversight hearing this afternoon with Guam Customs in quarantine. The Democrat senator will be discussing issues of cargo throughput inspections from FY 2017 to present, staffing patterns for K-9 handlers, as well as the status of customs fines, penalties, and the manifest for all incoming cargo container ships prior to Guam's point of entry. That virtual oversight hearing is scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon. And that's your news.
Thank you very much, Sabrina Salas-Mantonani from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, Chris.
Good job, Joe, sir. Jason, who's prepping for House to Home with Liz and Gina. Good job. Most especially to our listeners on The Breeze, our viewers on KUAM TV, and also on our KUAM News Facebook live feed. A lot of takeaways from the show this morning, Bree.
Too many.
Hey, miss a link, miss a lot. And remember, Jason Salas chops up all of the interviews and slams them over to our KUAM News YouTube. If you guys want to go check them out. Again, we've also had some good discussion on the public health oversight with Dr. Felix Cabrera this morning. That was a pretty good interview where he kind of expanded on a lot of the issues that were brought up at the oversight hearing. It's 10 o'clock. We're KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam. Thanks for jamming with us on this February 9th, 2021 episode of The Link. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios.
Bye.